Ms. Haru for Ms. Chatter. Ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour. Prise en considération d'une motion relative à des...
Considering a motion regarding Senate amendments to C4. An act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act.
Ms. Hadju for Ms. Chagger, seconded by Mr. Hussain, moves that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honours that the House disagrees with the amendments made by the Senate to Bill C4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci, Madame la Présidente. I'm pleased to join this important debate and talk about Bill C4. And most importantly, I'm here to ask the members of this House to oppose the amendments that were introduced by the Senate to Bill C4. The previous government's Bill C-525 and C-377 were intentionally designed to weaken unions and to break down the labour movement in Canada. In particular, Bill C-525 has made it more difficult for Canadian workers to unionize and gives a significant advantage to the employer. By rejecting the Senate amendments, we can restore healthy labour relations between government, employers and unions. Our government believes that a healthy labour relationship leads to a thriving middle class and a strong economy. In 2015, Canadians were clear in their message that they wanted a government that values fairness, transparency and collaboration. And they were clear that they wanted a government that puts the well-being of Canadians first. And the commitments that we made to Canadians, including working hard to restore trust in public institutions, including Parliament, by working with greater openness and transparency, by promoting more open and free votes, and reforming and strengthening committees. During the campaign, we also talked about the need to grow the middle class to ensure stable lives and income for Canadians. And we talked about the history and the value of organized labour in ensuring these goals. We committed to restoring a fair and balanced approach to labour relations, and Bill C4 is an integral piece of doing just that. Madame la Présidente, il est nécessaire de rétablir.
It is necessary to restore a fair and balanced approach to labour relations and to employees and employers. To do so, we must support Bill C4.
And values unions and their workers, and we know that employers do too. Both employers and unions play a critical role in ensuring that workers receive decent wages and are treated fairly in safe, healthy work environments. And it is our labour laws that help ensure that there is a balance between the rights of unions and the rights of employers. Bill C4, in its original form, is emblematic of our values and guiding principles. Bill C4 proposed to repeal amendments enacted by Bill C-525 and Bill C-377, which were introduced by the previous government. Madame la Présidente, je tiens à rappeler à cette Chambre qui donne...
I wish to remind this House that in its original form, Bill C4 intended wish to reestablish stability to federal labor relations. C4 would remove the changes brought about by C-377 and C-525.
Speaker, Bill C-525 and C-377 have serious ramifications for workers and unions in Canada. Bill C-4 proposes to return to the card check certification system that was in place before the introduction of C-525 and also proposes removing the public financial reporting requirements for unions introduced in Bill C-377. Bill C-4 was already debated, and I'm pleased that it was adopted in the House of Commons in its original version. At third reading here in this House, 204 members voted in favour of Bill C-4, and that means that 72% of all of the members who voted in this House were in favour of the bill. It then went to the Senate, where our honourable senators debated it, discussed it, and amended it. In the Senate, the bill was adopted with amendments, which would affect the sections of Bill C-4 related to union certification and ultimately lead to Bill C-525 remaining in effect, which, as I mentioned, would have detrimental effects on unions and their members. Both of the bills addressed by Bill C-4 hinder positive employee and employer relationships, but Bill C-525 in particular has made it more difficult for Canadian workers to unionize. And this is because Bill C-525 changed the union certification and decertification systems under 3 federal labour statutes. Les lois visées par le projet.
The laws that will be amended by Bill C-4 represent obstacles to employer-employee relationships that are positive. However, C-525 complicated the lives of Canadians that wish to unionize.
Especially makes it harder for unions to be certified as collective bargaining agents and made it easier for a bargaining agent to be decertified. Prior to the amendments enacted through Bill C-525, federally regulated unions could use what was called a card check system for certification. If a union demonstrated that 50% plus 1% of workers had signed union cards, the union could be certified as the bargaining agent for those workers. A vote was only required if less than a majority signed, but enough to indicate a strong interest, 35% under the Labour Code, for example. Less than 35% under the Labour Code. Bill C-525 changed that to require that unions show at least 40% membership support before holding a secret ballot vote, and to require a vote even when more than 50% of workers had signed union membership cards. And it also made it easier for unions to be decertified by lowering the threshold to trigger a decertification vote to 40%, compared to majority support, which was previously required. Now, unfortunately, we've seen examples of employers who will resort to any measure to deter their employees from unionizing. And what Bill C-525 does, in effect, is allow employers to know exactly when a union might be trying to organize in their workplace. The point is, as a result of Bill C-525, employers now have a powerful tool that they didn't have before to slow down or stop the union certification process. And more generally, they have the ability to unfairly influence the collective bargaining process. The card check system, whereby a union is certified by demonstrating a majority support through signed union cards, has been used successfully for many years in the federal jurisdiction and in several provinces. A number of unions, like Unifor and the Airline Pilots Association, argue that it is fast, efficient, and much more likely to be free of employer interference than the mandatory secret ballot system brought in under Bill C-525. Et d'autres intervenants
And other stakeholders, such as the Canada Labour Congress, were against the implementation of a mandatory vote system as outlined under C-525.
C-525 made significant changes to a system that already worked. There was a democratic and fair system in place for employees to express their support for a union. As I just mentioned, a card check system relies on a majority support, a key democratic principle. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-525 isn't just problematic for unions, it imposes some serious burdens on others as well. For example, there are real implications for the Canada Industrial Relations Board and the Public Service Labour Relations and Employment Board. These boards are responsible for the full cost and logistical responsibilities involved in holding representation votes. Under these changes, the CIRB would be required to hold a vote to certify a union, not just in the roughly 20% of cases where less than a majority of workers have signed union cards, but in all cases, which would mean a 5-fold increase in the board's workload. And then there's Bill C-377. While I should note that the Senate's amendment do not affect the repeal of Bill C-377, I want to remind you of this bill so you can remember why repealing both of these bills are important. Bill C-377 tips the scales in favour of the employer during the collective bargaining process. It requires labour organizations and labour trusts to file detailed financial and other information with the Canada Revenue Agency, and then this information is made publicly available on the CRA's website. For example, during the collective bargaining process, employers will be able to know how much money the union has in a strike fund, giving the employer a substantial advantage. Mr. Speaker, both Bill C-377 and 525 were expressly designed to disempower and weaken unions, giving significant advantage to employers. That's why our government introduced Bill C-4, to restore fair and balanced labour relations in our country. Unions play a critical role in protecting the rights of Canadians and ensuring a strong middle class. The right to organize must be protected in Canada. This government respects unions and workers and knows the critical role that they play in ensuring a strong economy and a healthy society. Labour laws should ensure that there is a balance between the rights of unions and the rights of employers. So how is it that Bill C-525 and C-377 were passed if they don't support such a balance? Well, these bills were introduced and passed by the previous government because they ignored the long-standing tradition of tripartite consultation in this country. The tripartite consultation process ensures that employers, unions and governments work together on issues of labour relations law reform and has long contributed to a stable labour relationship across the country. These relationships were not respected by the previous government, and in fact, the introduction of Bill C-377 and 525 demonstrated the disdain of the previous government to the strong value of collective voice and effort that the tripart approach represents. Our government believes that in order for policies to be fair and balanced, they must be developed through sincere consultation and engagement with all of our partners. A fair and workable labour management balance can only be reached when all parties, the government, unions and employers, are part of the process. And Mr. Speaker, our government is strongly committed to this approach. Successful collective bargaining and fairness in the employer-employee relationship are at the foundation of our economy. They provide stability and predictability in the labour force, two vital elements of a strong economy. When labour law reform is required in the future, our government is firmly committed to ensuring we ground policy development in evidence and collaboration through the tripartite relationship. This approach is critical to ensure fair, balanced, evidence-based labour policies developed through real consultation and are essential for the prosperity of workers and employers and Canadian society and the economy as a whole. They protect the rights of Canadian workers and they help the middle class grow and prosper. By repealing the changes made by Bill C-525 and C-377, our government will help restore a fair and balanced approach to labour relations in Canada. Let's be clear, Bills C-525 and C-377 have diminished and weakened Canada's labour movement. And the way that the bills were passed did not allow employers or unions to play the usual role in informing government's decisions. Now, even though there were some differences of opinion about the merits of the changes imposed by Bill C-525, representatives from both sides of the bargaining table were highly critical of how the previous government brought in these changes. Mr. Speaker, it was not only our government that was concerned about Bills 377 and 525. Many stakeholders also expressed their concerns. And there are ample concerns about the content of these bills and the damage they do to the labour movement and the fair and balanced relationship between employers and their employees. But as I've reminded all members, it's just as important to address how these changes came to pass. Employers and unions were not given the chance to help inform the previous government's decisions. It's no surprise that when policies are developed without proper consultation, as was the case with both of these bills, they often end up causing more harm than good. Labour reforms are important. They have wide-ranging implications for workers, for unions, for employers, and for our country, which is why we must give the process of labour law reform the time and respect it deserves, and our government will continue to do so. Successful collective bargaining and fairness in the employer-employee relationship are at the foundation of our economy. They provide stability and predictability in the labour force, two vital elements of a strong economy. They are the basis for good wages and safe working environments, what should be basic rights for all Canadians. And they are the basis for good labour policy that affects millions of working Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the rights of labour unions and the workers they represent are also the rights of Canadians. As elected officials, we have a responsibility to protect those rights. We need to make sure that labour policy works in the best interest of Canadians. Madam Speaker, Bills C-525 and C-377 cause real harm and don't represent a positive contribution to labour relations in Canada. We need to continue working to ensure we uphold the tripartite consultation process between employers, unions, and governments. By working together on issues of labour relations law reform, we will continue to have a strong and stable relations across the country. By opposing the Senate amendments, we can restore fair and balanced labour relations in our country, which contribute to a thriving middle class and a strong economy. Nous croyons que pour assurer
We believe that to ensure fairness and balance, the proposed amendments should be rejected by this House.
To oppose the amendments introduced to Bill C-4 in the Senate and give labour relations the respect it deserves. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank the Minister for her speech. Unions typically cite the famous Rand decision as the basis for the very favourable arrangement that they have in this country through mandatory union dues. The Rand decision of January 29th, 1946, on the dispute between Ford Motors and the UAW-CIO set up the system that we have today, which leads to mandatory representation of all members in a bargaining unit that has been certified. In that important ruling, and let me quote it, Justice Ivan Rand said, and I quote, "But unguarded power cannot be trusted, and the maintenance of social balance demands that the use of exercise of power be subject to controls. Politically, this resides in alert public opinion and the secret ballot." The secret ballot. Now, the member across has used rhetoric to attack the secret ballot that would make many third world tin pot dictators proud. She has said that the secret ballot is too expensive. It is too costly to allow workers to vote on their own destinies, that it is too much hassle for labor boards and too much work for bureaucrats to administer that secret ballot, and that therefore we should go back to a simpler system that forces workers to state their position on union certification in front of all of their colleagues and in front of their employer. She has further said that it is easier to unionize a workplace when there is no secret ballot. Surely it is easier for a government to take power when it doesn't have to be subjected to a secret ballot. Again, I'm sure that there are many dictators around the world who would make the very same argument as to why there should be no vote on the powers that they command in their respective jurisdictions. So if the honourable member is of the view that a secret ballot is too costly, too much work, and too distracting, is she suggesting also that governments and parliaments in Canada could be elected without a secret ballot?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I believe the honourable member is comparing apples and oranges. In fact, the secret ballot is triggered if, in fact, less than 50% of the employees choose not to sign the cards. The secret ballot is actually triggered, and under 35%, in fact, the request to unionize is rejected by the board, and I think the member knows that. In fact, the challenge is that when a secret ballot is used, the employer has a head start, if you will, and the employer actually can apply and has applied undue pressure on.
Order. I want to remind the member for Carleton that he had the opportunity to ask the question. Nobody interrupted him, and I would appreciate if he doesn't interrupt the minister. The Honourable Minister of Employment and Workforce.
And the employer in that case then has a head start, if you will, to apply undue pressure on employees. And in fact, the evidence shows that this happens. We know this based on complaints to the board. In fact, the board receives far more complaints on behalf of employees who have felt undue pressure by their employers than the other way around. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
And I want to thank my honourable colleague for her comments, her speech this morning. And as I've said in this House on previous occasions, C4 was a very good first step. As some of you will remember, the previous government's Omnibus Bill C4 did a number of things, including decimating the health and safety for public sector workers. So there's more than just this we need to restore. There are important safeguards for workers, including safety safeguards that were repealed in the Omnibus Bill of C4 in the previous government, for my colleague there that's having a hard time hearing me, to restore that those important safeguards get restored. And I guess today is a first good step, but I would like to hear from the Minister when we are going to see the repeal. You commented in your speech about the importance of safety. There are things still in legislation that need to be repealed. Today is a very good first step, but we need to move on and start to get back to good labour relations and safer workplaces. Thank you.
I just want to remind the member that she's to address the questions of the chair and not to the minister directly. The honourable minister.
Well, thank you, Madam President, and I thank the honourable member for her question, and she's absolutely right. There's more to be done, but this was an important first step, as she's acknowledged. It actually sets the tone for restoring the tripartite relationship that is so important to this country. It's been my pleasure in my new role, I guess not so new anymore, to meet with employer groups, to meet with labour groups, and to work very closely with both groups, and I've been hearing from both of them the kinds of restoration that's required, and we're working diligently to make sure that we have a plan to introduce legislation that will continue to strengthen the labour movement, continue to make businesses prosper, and continue to grow our economy together. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At one point during the minister's speech on the issue of the amendments to the Senate, I actually closed my eyes and thought that I was in the legislature of Ontario and listening to Kathleen Wynne speak about her relationship with the labour movement. And it should be no surprise to anyone, because the same playbook that was used in Ontario is now being used here federally to pander to the union movement. And as an ex-union president, I will tell you the issue of the secret ballot is a major concern among those members of the labour movement, not necessarily the leadership. But my question to the minister is this. My question to the minister is this. The Senate sees the flaws in Bill C4 with respect to the union certification. They've made this amendment because the fundamental tenet of democracy that exists not only in this country but other democratic countries around the world is the secret ballot. Why does the minister and why does this government have such contempt for a majority of the Senate who saw the flaw in this bill and wants to reverse their decision, Madam Speaker?
The honourable minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I noticed the member used the phrase pander to the union movement. And I would like to point out that this phrase actually demonstrates his attitude and perhaps his party's attitude to workers in Canada. Because, in fact, the union movement is about protecting.
The members, when they ask a question, to please pay the same type of respect that they received when they were asking the question. The honourable minister.
Thank you, Madam President. Because, in fact, the labour movement, the union movement, in fact, is a representative of Canadian employees. What we're talking about are people that work in Canada, people that deserve to work in fair, well-compensated, safe spaces, and the union movement is critical to ensuring that that happens in our country, that people have employment that is decent, that they have employment that is safe, and that at the end of the day, they are contributing to our economy and growing the middle class. Now, Madam Speaker, we reject that allegation that, in fact, we're pandering to the union movement. We are restoring a tripartite relationship. We are responding to what we have heard across the country, and it is a commitment that we've made, and we intend to keep it. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I very much appreciate the speech by the Minister today. It was excellent. Just for some context for the new members here today, what motivated the change, the member from Wetaskiwin, what motivated his private member's bill, he said in this House, you thought I laughed today, he said in this House, he said, it was to address the mountain of grievances against big union bosses, the mountain of grievances. We checked, I spoke with the chairman of the Canadian Industrial Relations Board, 2 grievances in the past 10 years. 2 grievances. So, Madam Speaker, this was legislation, if I could get the minister's comments, this was legislation, this was a solution for a problem that did not exist.
The Honourable Minister has 27 seconds to respond.
Well, Madam Speaker, clearly I agree. And in fact, what my colleague is referring to is the evidence. And that is, in fact, what we have committed as a government, is to use evidence to make good policy that will benefit Canadians, grow our middle class, and create a strong economy. And so when we move away from using evidence, we result in flawed legislation that often has an ulterior motive. In my perspective, that's, in fact, what Bills C-525 and 377 represented. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Madam Speaker, today I rise in defense of the secret ballot, a cherished tenet of democracy. And I begin again, as I did earlier, by quoting the ruling by Justice Ivan Rand in the matter of Ford Motors versus the United Auto Workers CIO of 1946. Now, before I will quote this passage, let me explain its importance. The ruling of Justice Ivan Rand in 1946 in this dispute has created the framework for our entire union certification and subsequent union financing policy right across the country in all 10 provinces and in the federal jurisdiction. The resolution to which Mr. Justice Rand arrived was that all members of the bargaining unit at Ford Motors would be required to pay union dues, and the union would be required thereafter to provide representation to all of those workers. That union would sign collective agreements and would represent those workers in grievances. However, for the union to control that bargaining unit and act as its agent, it would have to secure majority support from the workers in the unit. How do you determine whether a union has the support of the majority of workers in the bargaining unit? That is what we are debating here today. Now, there are 2 options. One is a process called card check, where those who want to certify or take over a workplace go around with a petition and ask workers on the floor to sign that petition. When they have enough signatures to reach 50% plus 1, they then go to the Labor Relations Board and say, we have a majority, please give us exclusive representational powers over the entire unit. The other option is that once those signatures are collected, the board says you are now authorized to hold a secret ballot vote, so that the will and volition of the members of that unit can express themselves free of intimidation from either the employer or the aspiring union. They go into a secret voting box, mark their X, yay or nay, and if the union receives 50% plus 1, it becomes the bargaining agent for the union, for the bargaining unit. Now, back to Justice Ivan Rand. Among the very first pages in his ruling, he wrote, and I quote, "But unguarded power cannot be trusted, and the maintenance of social balance demands that the use or exercise of power be subject to controls. Politically, this resides in alert public opinion and the secret ballot." Why? Why do we need a secret ballot? Why can we not simply collect public signatures and have those signatures trigger representation? The answer, of course, is that the only way for a person to truly exercise their will is to do so in the privacy of a walled-in voting booth where they select a yes or a no without anybody finding out what they chose. To deny them of that opportunity means that they could face potential consequences from people on either side of the question at stake. The result is, out in the open, where people are forced to put their names on a public list rather than exercising their will in private, can experience bullying by either the union or the employer, for that matter. Now, we heard arguments today from the minister that holding a secret ballot is too costly, too time-consuming, and too difficult for those trying to unionize a workplace. Let's address each one of those objections. Too costly. She points out that under the current law in Canada, in a federally regulated workplace, an aspiring union not only has to collect signatures to trigger a vote, but then has to campaign to win that vote. That ballot boxes have to be arranged so that the vote can be administered. And then, of course, that workers within the bargaining unit have to take the time out of their day to mark an X next to their preferred option. Now, all of those things are true. True in the workplace, true in a general election to select this Parliament. It is true that it takes time to hold a general election. In fact, we shut down this entire Parliament for 36 days. 36 days while no bills are passed, no debates are held, no government announcements are made, almost no government business at the executive level is conducted. Why? Because everybody is too busy devoting their time to this gigantic distraction, this gigantic enterprise that the Liberal Party condemns in the case of workplaces as democracy. Is democracy time-consuming? Of course it is. But when you compare democratic nations to non-democratic nations, we find the return on the investment of that time to be spectacularly worth it.
Indeed, good job.
Cost. Now, we know voting costs money. I think the last election cost something like $250 million. Ballot boxes had to be purchased, ballots had to be printed, returning officers had to be hired, voting halls had to be rented. All of these things cost money. But if the government's view is that we can't spare any expense to administer democracy, well, that would be akin to arguing that we can't afford elections in Canada. We know they tried to change the entire voting system to favor themselves without consulting the Canadian people through a referendum, in itself, that action illustrated their hostility to the practice and institution of voting? Could it be that that same contempt has spilled over into Canada's federally regulated workplaces? But I say again, does democracy cost money? Yes, it costs money, and it is worth every single penny expended. It is worth it because it is the only way to truly evaluate the will of those over whom a decision must be made. And speaking of money, what is the decision that is being made when you certify a union in a workplace? You are certifying that union's ability to hold taxation power over all of the workers in that workplace. In Canada, if you work in a unionized bargaining unit, you must pay union dues, even if you choose not to be a member of the union, even if you object to the way in which that money is spent. You are not allowed to opt out of it. We are one of the very few countries in the free and democratic world that has this rule. Increasingly across Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and elsewhere, workers are given the ability to opt out of union dues because those countries have freedom of association in the workplace. Here in Canada, in all 10 provinces and in the federal jurisdiction, a unionized workplace empowers the bargaining agent to forcefully collect dues against the wishes of many of its members. So the trade-off is that in this system of exclusive majority representation, that you must have at least a majority in order to enjoy that spectacular and unmatched privilege of collecting mandatory dues from people within that sphere. Remember, no other advocacy group in all of Canada enjoys these privileges. Even those groups that advocate on behalf to the benefit of other people do not have that power. Some say, look, unions are fighting for the rights of the workers, therefore those workers should pay for the value of that advocacy, lest we have free riders. Well, the Canadian Cancer Society is fighting for cancer patients, but we do not collect mandatory union dues from cancer patients in order to fund the Canadian Cancer Society. People contribute to it through voluntary donations. I make this point not even to argue against mandatory union dues, but merely to point out the extraordinary privilege that our unions enjoy once they have, in fact, certified a workplace. The least that we can entitle our workers to have is the right to vote on whether that privilege should be extended at their expense. So if the government is so worried about saving money by avoiding the enormous cost of holding a vote, is it not at all worried about the subsequent cost that that certification imposes upon the workers who must pay for it? And of course, Madam Chair, at the risk of being repetitious, I say that if the government believes voting is too expensive in our workplaces, why would Liberals then not simply argue that voting is too expensive in our democracy? In fact, I'm sure if you look through the encyclopedia of tin pot dictators, many have made exactly the same arguments that the government makes today to avoid facing electorates in their own countries. Finally, they say a secret ballot makes things too difficult for the unions. It's too difficult. Yeah. And if there were no secret ballot, then they would succeed at certifying more workplaces more easily. In fact, the minister's predecessor said she came and got a document. She pulled it out of my former department when I was Minister of Employment and Social Development. She said, when there are secret ballots, there's a lower rate of union certification. Gotcha. Now we found out what your agenda is, they said. It was the silver bullet, it was the smoking gun. They said, we have just proved that where workers are given the opportunity to vote, they make decisions that we don't like. And now we have proof of it. And because they make decisions we don't like, we're going to take away their power to make that decision in the first place. That is their idea of democracy. If people vote in a way that the Liberals and special interest groups who back them do not like, well, they'll just take away the right to vote altogether as an unnecessary, costly, and burdensome inconvenience. Madam Speaker, democracy is not an inconvenience. It is the basis of our entire country. Finally, they said that allowing a secret ballot would permit employers to exert undue pressure on workers. Madam Speaker, a secret ballot is secret. The employer does not find out how it is that the worker voted. Only under the regime that this government is trying to reinstate would the employer even know what an employee does with the certification decision. We on this side of the House are trying to free the worker from intimidation and undue influence by both sides in a certification dispute. So we see these four arguments: that secret ballot voting is too costly, that it is too distracting, that it gives employers the ability to influence the outcome, and then finally that it makes it too difficult for a union to certify. Well, I guess the government could argue then the secret ballot is very dangerous in the election of Parliament because it might make it too difficult for Liberals to get elected in future votes, right? It's just too difficult. Therefore, let's find a simpler system that gives them the outcome that they want. Of course, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, this is not about workers or unions or improving workplace dynamics or rebalancing the scales. This is about taking power away from workers to give it to powerful interest groups that helped elect this government. We on this side continue to stand for the right of workers to vote, to determine their own destiny, rather than having it imposed upon them by either this government or any of the interest groups that elect it. And so, Madam Chair, I stand here today and I move seconded by the honourable member for Edmonton Manning, that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word "that" and substituting the following, quote, "The amendments made by the Senate to C4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act, be now read a second time and concurred in." I thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to make this motion. I will submit it to the dais, and I will give the opportunity to all members of the House to reaffirm the Canadian commitment to democracy and one of its central pillars, the right of every man and every woman to carry out their franchise in secret, free from pressure and undue intimidation, that we here highly resolve that this democratic principle will exist across the land and in our workplaces.
Good job.
So I want to thank the member for Carleton for the amendment. The House will take it under advisement, and I will get back to the House shortly. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Minister, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I always appreciate the interventions by my friend from Carleton, my colleague from Carleton, as you know, misdirected as they may be. Madam Speaker, there are. First off, I have to recognize the fact that he made no comment whatsoever about the 377 portion of the bill. So I'm thinking that the Conservatives now have understood the folly in that bill and the error of their ways. And to champion, you know, to think that the secret ballot is the perfect solution, and to say that tin pot dictators would like the card check. The secret ballot hasn't really worked out exceptionally well for the people of Russia or Iran, if you want to hold those up as great democracies in the world. But he did make reference to a document that was presented by his department. He absolutely made, and that document did show that the field is tilted toward employers, because that was the information in that document. But the most egregious part of that whole scenario is the fact that as we were debating 525 in the House, the minister at the time, and it wasn't the member from Carleton, it was the member from Simcoe Grey, she was the minister at the time, and she had that information. And she sat on that information and didn't allow it to be entered into the debate. Why, I asked the minister, why would she sit on that? And that is a fact. Why would she sit on that information and not give a full, wholesome debate and bring what knowledge and data into the debate that could be brought?
The honourable member for Carleton.
To address his first point about Bill C-377, that is union financial transparency, I didn't mention it in my speech because it's not at stake. That matter is passed to the House of Commons, and the Senate did not amend it. What's at stake here is the secret ballot. That's the only thing we're debating, whether workers should have a secret ballot vote to determine if they certify a workplace. Now, the member, once again, has said there's this document they obtained after taking power showing that the previous Conservative government was aware that union certifications occur at lower rates when there are secret ballots than when there are card checks. Now, Madam Speaker, the only thing this proves is that when workers are given the choice, without intimidation, without prying eyes looking over their shoulder, they decide not to certify at the same levels as the member would hope. But that's like saying, you know, a study just came out showing that if Liberals were allowed to go around with card checks over the last century and a half and elect themselves government, then they would have had more success in dominating the Canadian electoral landscape than they in fact had. And therefore, it would have been much easier for the Liberal Party to take power over those years if the country had simply gotten rid of the secret ballot. Madam Speaker, democracy exists even when the voters choose an outcome that the authorities are not happy with.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. And I guess my comment to him about using the analogy of elections and secret ballots in the workplace is that that analogy doesn't hold up. It holds up for the Conservatives when they want to talk about being the champions of democracy, but it's not the analogy that fits in the workplace. It would if workers were choosing between one union or another. But the real point I want to make is that the member doesn't seem to understand how secret ballots take place in a workplace, how he thinks it's going to happen. They don't just fall out of the sky and everyone knows a secret ballot is going to happen. The problem with the secret ballot is it gives notice within a workplace. And what we know from evidence and what we've heard in committee is once that notice is given, employers intimidate employees. That's the issue. The card check system just allows employees to choose to be represented. It doesn't change the workplace. It is simply a choice in representation. So how in the world can that be undemocratic?
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member says that a secret ballot vote allows an employer to intimidate the employee. The problem is, with that argument, is that a secret ballot is secret, right? So the employer doesn't know how an individual worker has actually voted. And thus it is impossible to carry out intimidation or punish someone for their vote. The same way that in a general election, a government cannot punish an individual voter for casting his or her ballot a certain way because the government doesn't know how that individual has voted. If you want to get rid of workplace intimidation in the certification process, then you should rise and stand up for the basic principle, in fact, the basic mechanism of democracy, which is the secret ballot.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, we've heard this debate for many, many hours. We sat in opposition, both the New Democrats, the Green Party, and the Liberal Party, and we told the government then that they were wrong with their approach on labour. We have today's Prime Minister back then saying that what the Conservatives was doing was wrong. Canadians understand what it is that this government is doing. We're trying to restore harmony within the labour movement and our management, and Bill C-4 goes a long way in achieving that, Madam Speaker. We now have, and we saw it as a priority, being Bill C-4 for this government. My question to the member is, given, as the Minister of Labour has said, over 200 members of this House actually voted in favour of this legislation, now we have a Senate that has actually said, we disagree with the House of Commons. I'm interested in knowing, given the amount of hours that we've had the debate on the issue, given the fact that Canadians, using democracy, voted support in terms of this government's approach in dealing with labour issues, why does he believe that we have to deal with this issue once again today when it's been so overwhelmingly accepted by Canadians and by the House of Commons?
Before I recognize the member, I want to remind the members of the opposition that should they wish to ask questions, they should get up instead of having to heckle or shout out. The honourable member for Carleton.
Madam Speaker, if he thinks that 1 or 2 sessions of debate is long enough to dispense with the basic mechanism of democracy known as the secret ballot, he is sadly wrong. For as long as this government or any other tries to rob Canada's workers of their right to vote on their own workplace destiny, as long as they take that approach, we on this side of the House will fight back. We will be the champions of workers. We will be the only party, if necessary, we will be the only party prepared to stand up for the rights of workers to chart their own course and mark their own destiny through the use of the ancient principle, the ancient democratic right of a secret ballot vote.
We have time for a very brief question. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Oh, boy. The Conservative Party and its attacks against the union movement are back. It's been a while since we've heard this, and it's pretty ironic to hear them saying that they're standing up for workers. I don't think that they've ever supported any unionization process ever. When there's a secret ballot, we know that the chance of success is much lower, and it leaves it open for bosses to intimidate, bully, or make promises. The card check is the most efficient, the fairest, and the most effective system allowing for unionization so that they can defend their rights and improve their working conditions, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Carleton.
I didn't hear a question, Madam Speaker, but that was a comment that it's easier for him and his friends to control workplaces without a secret ballot. Obviously, it would be easier for him and his friends to control workers by taking away their right to vote. But, Madam Speaker, we are not here to help the honourable member control workplaces. We are here to defend the rights of workers, Madam Speaker. And if we are the only party that has the will to defend this principle of democracy, I will be proud to play that role. But we will never stop our efforts to defend democracy in all workplaces in Canada. Thank you.
Statements by members. The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's very first scientific agency, the Geological Survey of Canada, celebrated its 175th anniversary on April 14, 2017. In 1842, 25 years before Confederation, its founder and first director, William Logan, began by assessing our mineral wealth, our very first natural capital indicator. Traveling by horse, by foot, by canoe, mostly through uncharted wilderness, its early scientists described and recorded Canada's geology, geography, resources, inhabitants, and our wildlife. They were, in effect, the government's official explorers. Their pioneering work in the 19th century laid the foundation for the development of Canada's mineral and energy resources. In the 20th and 21st centuries, the GSC's National Geological and Resource Maps, publications, and scientific studies provided significant stimulus for our expansion and our growth. I ask all members to join me in congratulating the Geological Survey of Canada on 175 years of groundbreaking, outstanding service, and wish them every success in their future projects.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in the House today to recognize International Day of the Midwife. Celebrated on May 5th of each year since 1992, International Day of the Midwife recognizes the hard work and care of midwives around the world. The theme for 2017, Midwives, Mothers and Families, Partners for Life, captures the important work and contributions midwives provide to maternal and child health. I would like to recognize Countryside Midwifery Services, Grand Valley Midwives, and Stratford Midwives for all they do for mothers, newborns, and families in Perth Wellington. Their dedication and compassion is appreciated by families throughout our communities, mine included. My wife, Justine, and I will be forever grateful and thankful to midwives Evelyn Kobayashi and Caitlin Keelan on the birth of our children in 2014 and 2016. On this International Midwives Day, thank you for all they do.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Madam Speaker, today I would like to recognize the Canadian Herons, Canada's national badminton team for seniors aged 65 plus who won the gold and bronze medals at the Badminton World Masters Games in New Zealand this year. I'd like to specifically congratulate team member Cora Cayugan, a constituent in my riding, whom I was honoured to meet and present a Canadian flag before her team left for New Zealand. As Canadians, we are proud to compete internationally and showcase the athletic abilities of our citizens, both young and young at heart. This team of senior athletes demonstrates both the will to persevere and the important commitment to staying active. They are an inspiration for all Canadians. With the warmer weather on the horizon, we hope, I'd like to encourage all Canadians from coast to coast to coast to head outdoors and remember, it's never too late to start being active. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Our societies work well when everyone does their share. When individuals and companies pay their fair share of taxes, it's pooled to pay for public services, education, health, roads, support for seniors or handicapped individuals. Unfortunately, tax evasion and tax havens destroy this whole system. If you are a big company or a millionaire, you can send your money to a tax haven and you can laugh all the way to the bank. But for us here, we don't think it's funny. It's a loss of $7 billion a year. With all that money that is lost, university tuition could be paid for every student in the country, or 34,000 doctors could be hired. Or we could fill 50,000 potholes, 50 million potholes, let me tell you, in Montreal, that would make a difference. And the NDP knows which side it's on. When are the Liberals going to take this scandal seriously and question the agreements we have with tax havens like Barbados or the Cayman Islands, which cost us fortunes?
The honourable member for Egmont.
Madam Speaker, the spring lobster fishery is now underway in much of Atlantic Canada. This past Friday, before the opening of Lobster Fishing Area 24, I had the opportunity to visit all of the ports in my riding and speak with many local fishers. By itself, the lobster fishery is a major component of the island economy. It also plays an essential role in supporting hundreds of much-needed rural jobs. This period of time also marks the beginning of spring planting in the agricultural sector on PEI. Fishing and farming remain the strongest parts of the island economy, with the largest job creation relating to the processing of agri-food and seafood products. I want to acknowledge the important role of Prince Edward Island's farmers, fishers and plant workers and hope that they have a safe and productive 2017 season.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to invite you and all honourable colleagues to VISAC on Parliament Hill. This is an event being held on May 10th from 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. in the Sir John A. Macdonald building. Vesak Day is the day Buddhists remember the birth, the enlightenment, and the passing away of the Buddha. I look forward to meeting with the ambassadors of Thailand, Nepal, Myanmar, and others in this year's wonderful celebration, where we will have occasion not only to learn more about Buddhism, but to celebrate the enormous contribution that so many Buddhist Canadians have made to our country. I'd like to thank VSAC in Ottawa, an organization that is co-hosting this event, and invite all members to come to join with them in celebrating this wonderful occasion. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Cancel.
Madam Speaker, it's an immense pleasure to stand today to congratulate the Cape Breton West Islanders on their TELUS Cup victory, emblematic of Canadian midget hockey supremacy. After 4 decades of this national competition, it marks the first time a team from Atlantic Canada has won the title. The gold medal game saw the Islanders enter the third period down 2 goals against their Quebec rival, but their trademark hard work and perseverance saw them scratch back and bring the game to overtime, where Upper Palmquet's Logan Chisholm buried his second goal of the game to clinch the win. Standout goaltender Colton Ellis of River Dennis was sensational, stopping 43 shots for the win. Head coach Kyle McDonald heralded the team leadership and lauded team captain and tournament MVP Jacob Hudson for his effort. NHL Hall of Famer Al McGuinness tweeted his pride and congratulations, and Islander alumni Andrew McDonald of the Philadelphia Flyers bought the boys a victory supper. To President Brian McGuinness, Paul McIsaac, Craig McGuinness, Len Toby, Darren Lloyd, Tammy, and Kyle.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Canada lost a dedicated and passionate advocate for gender equality as Wendy Robbins passed away on April 18th at the age of 68. Wendy was the first woman to be promoted to full professor of English at the University of New Brunswick and co-founded its Gender and Women's Studies department. She defended reproductive rights in New Brunswick and helped shape national policy on the issue for the Liberal Party. Wendy a élaboré de nombreux cours.
Wendy developed a number of writing courses for women and won the Alan P. Stewart Award for Teaching Excellence. She was the co-founder of an online feminist discussion group and was the vice chair for matters regarding women and equity for the Canadian Federation for the Humanities and Social Sciences. Her friends remember her boundless energy and dynamic activism.
Her contributions, and I quote, "She was just the most loving and devoted grandma to her 5 grandkids that you could possibly imagine. For the public, all of the other things she did were what she'll be remembered for, but in our family, Grandma Wendy was the role she just relished." Thank you.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, our Supreme Court ruled that they would hear the Como case. While this case involves the importation of alcohol across the provincial border, the ramifications are much greater. Section 121 of the Constitution Act is clear. All articles of the growth, produce, or manufacture of any of the provinces shall, and from and after the Union, be admitted free into each of the other provinces. Should our Supreme Court support a restored interpretation of Section 121, we may very well see true free trade in Canada. And what a wonderful thing it would be instead of more interprovincial protectionism. I'm hopeful that this Liberal government will act as an intervener and stand behind true Canadian free trade and oppose the status quo of provincial protectionism. My thanks to Mr. Gerard Como, his team, and the Canadian Constitution Foundation for having the determination to continue pushing this important case forward. Madam Speaker, I stand for true free trade in Canada. That means buying Canadian.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Madam Speaker, as we enter the peak fire season, I'd like to recognize firefighters and first responders in my riding of New Brunswick Southwest. My riding shares 5 border crossings with the state of Maine, where fire departments and first responders have a mutual aid agreement to share personnel and equipment in the event of a major fire on either side of the border, meaning that firefighters and first responders from both the U.S. and Canada will respond, and border guards allow the emergency vehicles to quickly enter the respective country. It's worth remembering the United States and Canada truly enjoy a unique friendship, and that extends to the support we provide one another during times of fire and emergency. Thank you to all the first responders and firefighters. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, as we celebrate 150 years of Confederation, we're also celebrating the 50th anniversary of some of the events that marked our country's centenary in 1967. The highlight of that year for many people was Expo 67. And although I was only 6 at the time, it remains a very personal and a very proud memory for me. The reason? My father and his partners were the chief architects on the Canadian Pavilion at that World's Fair. Kitimavik, that iconic floating pyramid, was more than just a majestic architectural symbol for this country. It also housed some other meanings. Almost as remarkable as the design is the fact that my father and his 6 partners were all immigrants to Canada, all in their mid-30s, and all foreign trained, and yet got this commission. The promise this country offered, the opportunities that these people were given to contribute to this nation, are what we celebrate, many of us, when we celebrate Canada and its 150 years. And whether it's Expo, the centenary, or Canada 150, when we celebrate Canada, we ought to keep in mind that what we celebrate are the people and the opportunities we give to each other, even the immigrants. Thank you.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Madam Speaker, let me educate the Liberal benches on Canadian military tradition. During the Second World War, the Chaudière Regiment, like the other units of the Canadian Army, always gave everything to reach the stated objectives in spite of the means used. They had to fight on the most difficult terrain. On D-Day, they made the greatest breakthrough. They defeated the Germans in the hedgerows. They took Caen, Falaise, and freed the ports of Escaut. They did what they were asked to do without protesting. I can confirm, because I had the chance to meet some of these heroes, that they never appropriated for themselves the accomplishments of their brothers in arms. Never did they publicly brag about their accomplishments, taking this tradition into account, and that the minister has sullied it by appropriating for himself the success of Operation Medusa. There's nothing left for him to do but resign. The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of my colleagues for the Outaouais, It is with emotion, concern, and consternation that we monitor the situation of flooding in Gatineau and in the entire Outaouais region, whether it be on the Quebec or Ontario side. We stand with our fellow citizens who are living through a very difficult time. I would like to personally thank the Mayor Pedno-Jobin, councillors, officials, and municipal employees throughout the entire region for their support and their tireless work. Thank you, above all, to the volunteers, the baseball teams, people in the neighborhoods, and first responders who watch over our citizens day and night. I feel reassured that the ministers of Public Safety and National Defense are monitoring the situation closely and that they will respond to all calls from relevant authorities. As MPs, we experience a great deal of emotion in these types of situations. My thoughts are with the residents who are affected by the rising waters. Thank you.
In the election, this government promised to defend the environment by restoring environmental laws and processes eviscerated by Stephen Harper. Yet now in office, the Liberals just repeat that tiresome Conservative refrain, we're balancing environment with economic development. Despite endless consultations, they've not enacted a single new strengthened environmental measure. But they had no reluctance expediting major resource project approvals, relying on Stephen Harper's emasculated assessment process. No action yet taken to restore protections to the Fisheries Act. The Liberal majority Transport Committee has recommended against restoring the Navigable Rivers Protection Act. And Canadians are again being forced to sue the government for protection of threatened species. We're growing weary counting the election promises broken. Whatever happened to that heartfelt pledge to protect the environment?
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Madam Speaker, in spite of so much rain in this, our 150th commemoration of Confederation, you can see hundreds of thousands of bright blooming tulips throughout Ottawa. While the tulips are beautiful, we must remember that they commemorate important events in our shared history with the Netherlands. Today, May 5th, is Dutch Liberation Day, this being the 72nd anniversary. On May 5th, 1945, the Nazi occupation of the Netherlands finally ended. Courageous Canadian troops pushed the Nazis back into Germany in the later months of the war, liberating the Dutch people from 5 years of tyranny. Terrorized by bombings and starving, the Dutch people were overjoyed. The Canadians were welcomed with truly open arms. It forged a bond between our two nations that has endured ever since and will for generations to come. Many Dutch Canadians in Flamborough-Glanbrook lived this experience firsthand. They've passed on memories and stories and of heroism to their children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Speaker, I'm proud of this history. I'm proud that the Dutch royal family was provided safe refuge here during the war, and I'm especially proud Canadian flags are flown throughout the Netherlands on each May.
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Madam Speaker, most electricity is transmitted throughout the world thanks to the innovations of a remarkable man named Nikola Tesla. In 1898, a group of Hamilton businessmen consulted with the young genius to build a generating station 35 miles away at Deque Falls that brought power to the city and was the second longest transmission in the world at that time. That generator, which is still in use, provided Hamilton with cheap, abundant electricity and helped make us a manufacturing center. Last July, in his honor, an important roadway in my riding was named Nikola Tesla Boulevard. The local Serbian community, led by Vic Djurjevic, started the Nikola Tesla Educational Corporation and raised over $250,000 to support the project, pay for the new signage, and create scholarships for young scientists in elementary, secondary, and post-secondary institutions. I ask all members of the House to join our community in paying tribute to a remarkable man whose work has benefited the entire world, Nikola Tesla.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable opposition House Leader.
The Defence Minister misled Canadians by claiming at least twice that he was the architect of Operation Medusa. In doing so, he's lost all credibility and he needs to step down. But the Prime Minister has a responsibility as well. The Prime Minister needs to stand up for our military and put their interests first, ahead of protecting this Minister of Defence. Does the Prime Minister realize by not moving his Defence Minister out, he's condoning his actions and sending a very troubling message to our men and women in uniform?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Madame la Présidente, le ministre.
Madam Speaker, the Minister holds the work of our soldiers of the armed forces in very high esteem. He is carrying out his review, and he will soon be unveiling a new defense policy that will ensure that soldiers will have the equipment that they need and everything they need when they are sent abroad for missions to ensure the sovereignty of Canada and the defense of North America, and to defend our international obligations toward world peace.
House Leader.
Well, unfortunately, Operation Medusa is just one example of the minister making false claims. There are reports that Canadian troops who are currently serving in the Sinai Desert will see cuts to their danger pay starting next month. This is another example of a broken promise, and the Minister of Defence not only misleading Canadians, but misleading the very troops that he's commanding. Can't the minister see that making false promises and making false claims is actually causing hardship for our men and women in uniform?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, we are ensuring that Canadian soldiers have all of the benefits they need to carry out their needs. They will be paid retroactively. This government is attempting to rectify the injustice for these soldiers who lost some of their remuneration in Operation Impact. We are working to study these compensation rules, and we're trying to find a long-term solution to the problems that it inherited, and we're going to try to find a fair solution for all.
House Leader.
Well, that's not very believable, Madam Speaker. And in fact, the Defence Minister can't seem to tell the truth, even with the most basic of facts. This week, there was a fundraiser for veterans. The Minister of Defence was supposed to be there, but he said all of a sudden he couldn't go. Why? Because lo and behold, suddenly he had a speech he had to write. A speech he had to write the same night as this event, which he had known about for months. Nobody is buying that, Madam Speaker. He wasn't the architect of Operation Medusa, and he wasn't writing a speech on Tuesday night. He's lost all credibility. When will he step aside?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Madam Speaker, it was a pleasure for the Minister of Veteran Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence to participate at the Party Under the Stars held this week on Tuesday. It was an opportunity to exchange with our veterans and our first responders to provide them the support that they need and to ensure that we honour them and recognise their sacrifices. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Defence has lost all credibility after taking credit for acts of valour that he didn't actually commit. We don't know why he did this, because he never said. Since then, he's been trying to go about his business as though nothing had changed. But something has changed. The men and women in uniform are ashamed of the Minister of Defence. He has dishonoured them. The person who leads our troops can't simply twist the truth as however he wants. Will he resign? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Defence is a former reservist. He will always hold the work of soldiers in high esteem, including those who fought at his side and those who served under other commanders or at other times. Today, it's up to the government and the minister to ensure that the members of our armed forces have all of the equipment they need to carry out their missions. And we also need to ensure they have all the support they need. We are leading a comprehensive review of defence policy, and all members have had an opportunity to participate in it. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Madam Speaker, this issue of stolen valor is just the straw that broke the camel's back. The minister has lost the support of our men and women in uniform. It's sad to see the Minister of Defence clinging to his position like it's a life raft. When you make a mistake, the honourable thing to do is not just apologize, but to take the appropriate action. In this case, the only appropriate action is to resign. Will he resign, yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate that the member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles was absent last night from the ball commemorating the Battle of the Atlantic because the minister had a very excellent reception there. There were officers and cadets who wanted to meet him, take pictures with him, and I could see that the veterans there and all the people there enjoyed the reception, and that his credibility is very strong among our armed forces.
Just to please keep it down. The
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you. Madam Speaker, the Liberal government has stuffed their budget bill with a whole pile of measures, turning it into an omnibus bill, contrary to what they had promised. Among other things, they attack the parliamentary budget officer. They're limiting his ability to undertake new studies mid-year. They're preventing members from calling for inquiries into subjects that the government doesn't like. And strangely, they're asking the parliamentary budget officer to submit his work plan to the speakers of the House and the Senate. So, I have a very simple question. What happens if they say no?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, our government is determined to make the Parliamentary Budget Office more independent, and that is the main intention of the bill that was recently tabled before the House. As I said yesterday, we have said very clearly that we are open to amendments, and we hope that the bill will move to committee study so that it can be studied in detail, and so that we can have a discussion about the good ideas that might concern the Parliamentary Budget Office. Thank you.
And Powell River.
Liberals pretend they want to ban omnibus bills, but refuse to break up their omnibus budget bill. That's called hypocrisy. The Liberal omnibus budget changes almost 30 different laws, including restricting the PBO's mandate that Liberals once said needed to be a truly independent watchdog. Either the Liberals only pretended to care about transparency to get elected, or they abandoned their principles once they did. Which is it?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to rise in this House and to respond to that question directly, because when it comes to omnibus legislation, we are the ones proposing that the Speaker be able to separate omnibus legislation if there are concerns. When it comes to all measures in the Budget Implementation Act, they are directly from the Budget 2017 presented and passed in this place. When it comes to the independence of the Parliamentary Budget Officer, we support the independence. That's why we are saying let's get the bill past second reading, send it to committee so they can do the work. Thank you.
The honourable member with North Island Powell River.
So no answer. Another Trojan horse in the Liberal omnibus budget is the Infrastructure Bank, which aims to privatize infrastructure and services. Internal documents reveal that representatives from the private corporations helped the Liberals set up this billion-dollar privatization bank. Liberals spent months working with private sector advisors preparing for a closed-door meeting at Toronto's Shangri-La Hotel. Of course. My question, can the Liberal minister define conflict of interest?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
The bank has decided to help attract private capital where it makes sense to new projects so that we can build more transformational infrastructure across Canada. The Infrastructure Bank, and let's be clear about that, is only $15 billion out of more than $180 billion transformational plan. The Infrastructure Bank will be an optional tool for our partners to use, should they do so. No municipality, province, or territory will be forced to use the bank, nor will they be punished for doing so. Madam Speaker, this government takes counsel, it does not take orders.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Only $15 billion. Well, that's interesting. In its omnibus bill, the Liberals have created this infrastructure investment bank, and today we learned who's really pulling the strings of this enormous bank, which is like a huge trap for taxpayers. BlackRock is the largest private investment group in the world. BlackRock helped the government set up the bank. BlackRock advised the Liberal government about its public communications. BlackRock will be a client of the bank and will make profits off of it, huge profits. Is this bank for our communities, or is it for a privileged group of the government's buddies? Who is directing the state? Is it BlackRock? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, the bank aims to attract private funding for new projects so that we can build new transformational infrastructure all across Canada. The Infrastructure Bank, once again, represents $15 billion out of over $180 billion of our plan. The bank will be one of the tools that our governments can use, that our partners can use if they want. No municipality, province, or territory will be forced to use the bank. It is simply one tool among many, and it has a clear goal of creating high-quality 21st century jobs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Middlesex. Madam Speaker, last night the Prime Minister kicked his Cash for Access fundraising scheme back into high gear. But just 3 nights ago, the Defence Minister bailed at the last minute and for no good reason on a high-profile fundraiser for Afghanistan vets. The Liberals are showing where their priorities are, and it's not with our military or our vets. Why does this Liberal government make time for people with big checks to the Liberal Party, but can't find time to attend fundraisers for our vets and troops?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Improving this country's democracy means ensuring that political parties raise funds from the public in a more open and transparent manner. That is why we are taking action. Canadians have a right to know even more than they do now. Political parties and leadership campaigns will be required to promptly and publicly disclose fundraising event information. We will continue to take action to make government and all aspects of our democracy more open and transparent, and I encourage all parties in this place to do what they can for openness and transparency. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston, Warner.
Madam Speaker, my riding of Medicine Hat, Cardston, Warner is home to CFB Suffield. I was elected to stand up for all constituents, including those military personnel and civilian staff who bravely serve our country. The Defence Minister made a choice to embellish his service record and continually chooses to mislead Canadians. He has lost respect, trust, and confidence of not only our military, but also of Canadians. And without talking points, will the Minister do the honourable thing and please step aside?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Madame la Présidente, le ministre.
Madam Speaker, last weekend, the Minister admitted that he had made a mistake in describing his role, and he stood up in this House last week and apologized. The Minister's comments did not aim to diminish the role of any of his superior officers or his fellow colleagues. He apologized sincerely. The Minister is proud to have served with an extraordinary team made up of Canadian soldiers, as well as American and Afghan soldiers, who all made Operation Medusa a success.
Madam Speaker, as a former police officer and a soldier, the Defence Minister served Canada in an exemplary fashion. Now, as a Liberal minister, he has caught misrepresenting his service to impress an audience. Can the minister tell Canadians why he felt it was so necessary to abandon the truth about his role in Afghanistan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, the Minister's first responsibility is the same one as our government, and that is to respect the interests of our troops and to make sure that they have the training and the equipment that they need to carry out the various missions that they are assigned to. For the last year and a half, that has been the Minister's objective, and that is what he works hard to do every day. One of the key elements of his mandate is to give our country a new defence policy. We are ensuring that this policy will be properly funded. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Madam Speaker, I'd like to invite the member for Saint-Jean to listen to the question. As a father, I teach my kids to respect others and never to take credit for others' work, because it's immoral and unacceptable, and it makes you lose all credibility. The minister made a choice to twist the truth several times, and he continues to mislead Canadians. What credibility can he possibly still have with the members of our Canadian Armed Forces? How can he continue to lead the Department of Defence since he has lost the respect of all of our soldiers? Why doesn't he resign? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, The minister, over the last few weeks and the last year, has developed a consultation process with experts, with Canadians, and with members of Parliament so that we can have a defense policy that will really supply our soldiers with the training, the equipment, and the support that they need. All of this in the goal of ensuring Canada's defense and the defense of North America, as well as world peace.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, what the Defence Minister has not done is yet explain why he rewrote history. It wasn't a mistake, Madam Speaker. It was deliberate. His own spokesperson confirmed the minister had personally inserted the word architect into that speech in India. The Prime Minister's mandate letter to the minister mentioned the word honesty 8 times. Clearly, he's not been honest, and his eagerness to take credit from others to pat himself on the back is an affront to our troops. When will the minister do the right thing? When will he step aside and put our troops ahead of himself?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, the Minister has the trust of the Prime Minister and the trust of our entire caucus. I have been hearing testimony all day and yesterday about the Minister's credibility and his important work in developing this new defense policy, which will ensure that our men and women in uniform will be able to have all of the tools that they need to really do their missions well. Thank you.
Our member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, the Prime Minister can't keep his head in the sand and pretending that Canadians still have confidence in this defense minister. Every time the minister enters a base, every time he rides on a plane, every time he steps on a ship, and every time he addresses our troops, it will haunt him. It will haunt him because in those multiple moments he chose to embellish, he immediately lost respect, credibility, and the trust of our men and women in uniform and our veterans. The truth is, Madam Speaker, that the minister knows it. So for those reasons, will he do the honourable thing and step down?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, the Minister's credibility has been testified to by all of the work that he's doing to develop this new defense policy. We're talking about consultations that are unprecedented in the last 20 years. This policy will ensure that all of our men and women in uniform will have the equipment, the training, and the respect that they need to carry out their missions just as Canada is expected to do.
Mr. Nippy, Churchill River.
Madam Speaker, clean drinking water is a right that all Canadians should be able to count on. But just 2 hours from Ottawa, almost half of the houses in the Algonquin community of Kitigan-Zibi don't have safe water, and it's been that way for almost 20 years. Shame on the government for not fixing the problem for all reserves. Our communities cannot wait any longer. When will the government make it a real priority and treat water like a human right?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. We as a government are probably one of the first governments to have a plan to end all long-term drinking water advisories on reserve and to prevent new advisories. In Budget 2016 investments, we have already had 201 projects in 159 communities serving over 196,000 Indigenous Canadians. In this year's budget, Mr. Speaker, we have added an additional $4 billion over 10 years, and we are sticking to our goal to end long-term drinking water advisories.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Bay James, Nunavik AU.
Speaker, but boil water advisories have been added since the Liberals took power.
This week, the Algonquin artist Samian called out the Prime Minister for his complicity in this violation of a fundamental human right, access to drinking water. Progress is not enough. When will this government walk the talk and guarantee access to drinking water for all of our Aboriginal communities?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We realize and we certainly support, and we're working hard to ensure clean drinking water for all Canadians, including Indigenous Canadians. This is why we are making the commitments that we are in Budget 2016, 201 projects already completed in the country. Budget 2017, another $4 billion to be invested in clean drinking water, and our goal is to make sure we have clean drinking water in all Indigenous communities by 2021 in Canada, and we're going to work hard to meet that goal.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals are borrowing money and plan to funnel it to foreign billionaires to subsidize their profits. Now, make no mistake, that's what the Liberal Infrastructure Bank will be doing. Randall Bartlett, the chief economist for the Institute for Fiscal Studies and Democracy, has rightly asked, and I quote, "Why are we privatizing the returns for those assets when they would be going to the public sector?" Now, it's a great question, Madam Speaker. Can we get an answer from this Liberal government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The government wants to attract private capital, make no mistake, but to Canada so that we can build more infrastructures across this great country and create good jobs for the middle class. The Infrastructure Bank is $15 billion out of more than $180 billion transformational plan for the 21st century. The vast majority of our plan will be delivered through traditional infrastructure, funding models alongside our municipal, provincial, and Indigenous partners. Madam Speaker, we're going to build Canada for the 21st century. We're going to use a lot of tools. The Infrastructure Bank is just one of them.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Madam Speaker, those are the same worn-out talking points we heard earlier today and we continue to get from this government. But here's what the experts are saying, and I quote, "There really isn't a case that's been made for the need for this bank overall, relative to existing tools that we have for infrastructure investment." Now, that's from the policy shop from the former parliamentary budget officer. Why are the Liberals taking away $34 billion from communities across Canada to set up this unnecessary and unwanted new bureaucracy here in Ottawa? Why, Madam Speaker?
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Madam Speaker, it's worth repeating that this is but one tool in the arsenal that we have to deliver great quality jobs, great infrastructure for, let's admit it, infrastructure in this country that's been underappreciated for the last 10 years. The Infrastructure Bank is just $15 billion out of more than a $180 billion plan, Madam Speaker. Again, the vast majority of our plan will be delivered through our traditional infrastructure funding models alongside municipal, provincial, and Indigenous partners. Madam Speaker, we're going to build Canada for the 21st century, and we're proud of it.
The honourable member for Carleton.
$15 billion. The parliamentary secretary should read Division 18, Clause 23 of the budget legislation, which says that it is $35 billion. That's $35 billion that on the same page will go to things like loan guarantees. Loan guarantees that ensure that potentially profitable projects, if they go wrong, will end up costing Canadian taxpayers a fortune. Why is the government privatizing profit while nationalizing risk?
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the implementing legislation gives flexibility for the bank. Our plan is to invest $15 billion out of more than $180 billion transformational plan. Again, it's worth repeating, the vast majority of our plan will be delivered through traditional infrastructure funding models alongside municipal, provincial, and Indigenous partners. And where it makes sense, we're going to attract private capital for models that will serve citizens in a way that otherwise they wouldn't be served. Madam Speaker, this is a great idea. This is an opportunity to get leverage from the private sector, and we're going to do it all for Canadians to deliver a great infrastructure model for the 21st century.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, when the Liberals said in the election they were going to stop giving money to millionaires, they should have clarified they meant that's because they're giving it all to billionaires. In fact, we already knew about the Prime Minister's meetings with billionaires at Davos and at the Shangri-La Hotel, where he discussed the intimate details of this infrastructure bank. Today, Bill Curry of the Globe and Mail revealed the documents showing that the government has turned over control of the establishment of this bank to the same people who will profit from it. Now, there's nothing wrong with profit, but reward should go with risk. This infrastructure bank will put $35 billion of risk on Canadian taxpayers so insiders can make a profit. Why?
The honourable member for Carleton. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll tell you where we're delivering billions. We're delivering billions to families who need it the most. Families are seeking hard to join the middle class. With our family allocation, Madam Speaker, we have delivered through taxing the 1%. We've delivered billions into families that need it the most for school supplies, for food, and we're really proud of that record, and we will take that record to the next election. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There's a lot of heckling going on, and I remind members of the rules of the House that when one member is speaking, another one will not interrupt, and I would hope that you will extend that respect. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister continues to stick with Stephen Harper's climate change targets that will not meet our international commitments. Worse, Environment Canada recently projected that we are set to miss even that low bar, exceeding our 2030 target by at least 30%. And this was before the Liberals announced delays in implementing key measures, including the methane emission control regulations, and the $1.2 billion to support climate action by the provinces. The solution is clear: ambitious targets, credible measures to deliver them, and transparency in reporting. When will Canadians see these actions?
The honourable member for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm extraordinarily proud of the climate change plan that we were able to negotiate with the provinces and territories in consultation with Indigenous peoples. This includes putting a price on pollution, making polluters pay. This includes phasing out coal by 2030. This includes historic investments in public transit, in green infrastructure, in adaptation. This includes working with Indigenous communities to get them off diesel. This includes historic investments in clean innovation. This will create good jobs and opportunities, and we are extremely proud, and we are going to be moving forward. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, at the CRA, there's a difference between declarations of intent and reality, and it's the same thing for the minister. When the minister says that she's fighting tax evasion and making it a priority, well, a CBC investigation has told us that since 2011, twice the number of wealthy taxpayers have been able to pay no taxes. The minister says that she's closing the door on tax fraudsters. Well, hardly. It's wide open, and the system is helping the richest, who can afford to pay for an expert in tax evasion. So will the minister finally end this two-tier system where the richest can afford to avoid paying taxes, and when will she finally turn the tide?
The Honourable Minister, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the CRA continues to take important steps and is making progress in cracking down on tax cheats and ensuring a tax system that is more responsive and fair to all Canadians. Building on previous investment of $444 million last year, Budget 2017 invests an additional $524 million to crack down on tax evasion and to improve compliance. The additional funding will have an expected revenue impact of $2.5 billion over 5 years. This is what Canadians expect, Madam Speaker, and that's exactly what we'll continue to do. Thank you.
The honourable member for l'honorable député de
Saint-Boniface-Saint-Vital.
Speaker, our government was elected on a platform of building sustainable communities in cities and towns all over this great country. La ville de Winnipeg
The city of Winnipeg is working with the federal government to rebuild our infrastructure for the people of Winnipeg.
Alongside the federal government to rebuild our infrastructure for the residents who live in those communities. Can the minister provide an update on how the gas tax is benefiting the residents of Winnipeg?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Member of Parliament for Saint-Boniface-Saint-Vital for his question. Madam Speaker, recently our government joined the province of Manitoba, the city of Winnipeg, for an important announcement. The city will be using more than $12.2 million in its annual allocation of the federal gas tax fund created by a Liberal government for improvements of its local roads, back lanes and sidewalks this year. These projects will improve the quality of life of Winnipeg residents and tourists through better roads, reduced traffic delays, faster commuting, and increases in the efficiency of the overall transportation network in the city. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, in Lakeland, Alpac near Athabasca leads in pulp, paper, biofuels and jobs, but the lumber mill near Boyle closed, cutting 11% of jobs and $12 million annual revenue from town. It was the biggest employer. Canadian forestry provides more than 370,000 jobs in over 200 communities, but with still no softwood lumber deal and new U.S. tariffs, livelihoods are at risk. Meanwhile, the Liberals add costs and red tape on energy, killing investment and jobs while the U.S. ramps up. When will the Liberals finally champion Canadian jobs and Canadian resources?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And our thoughts go out to those families, workers and communities affected by this very challenging situation. We are taking immediate action to help companies, workers and local communities affected by these unfair and punitive duties. We continue to work with our counterparts on the federal provincial task force on softwood lumber to help Canadian forestry workers and communities affected. Madam Speaker, we will vigorously defend our industry and our workers from the impact of this decision by the U.S. Commerce Department. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Madam Speaker, we all know that the party opposite doesn't care at all about rural areas and rural jobs. The Liberal government had a softwood lumber agreement in its hands with the previous American administration, but they decided that they'd rather go to ball with Trump's team. Well, you know what? They missed the forest for the trees. Today, it's the forestry sector that is paying the price of their incompetence. A 24% increase on the price of Canadian softwood lumber imports. If the Liberals had an agreement, why did they let it go? And when will they start taking this file seriously? Softwood and our lumbers.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the forestry sector in Canada maintains hundreds of thousands of good jobs for the middle class. We are strongly opposed to the decision taken by the American Commerce Department to put an unfair and punitive tax on Canadian imports. The accusations are unfounded. We continue to raise this issue with the United States, as the Prime Minister has done with the President. The Coalition has never offered terms which would be acceptable for Canada, so we want a good agreement, not just any agreement.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
When the Prime Minister stumbled onto a Saskatchewan farm last week, he was surprised that they used complicated tools like GPS. Well, Madam Speaker, producers have other tools that are just as important. One of the economic tools they've had for decades was the ability to defer income from cash grain tickets. Now, the Liberals are moving to take that away, a move that punishes Canadian producers and rewards the government. Why is it that every time these Liberals make a move, they rip money out of Canadian pockets and just put it in their own hands?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Strongly supports the Canadian grain industry, which is a key driver of exports, jobs and economic growth. With changes in recent years in grain marketing, the delivery of listed grain is now the responsibility of the private sector instead of the federal government. Budget 2017 launches consultations with farmers and stakeholders on this tax deferral, and we want to hear from farmers before moving forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Fishermen in Newfoundland and Labrador are concerned about their livelihoods. Recent quota changes have created uncertainty and left many wondering how they will make ends meet. But the Fisheries Minister doesn't seem to care. Twillingate fisherman Richard Gillett had to go on a hunger strike for more than a week to even get a phone call. When will the Minister do the right thing and meet with Mr. Gillett?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Fisheries.
Well, I thank you very much for the question, Madam Speaker, and of course we are very concerned about the situation in Newfoundland and Labrador. We understand how much coastal communities rely on fisheries and oceans, and I'm happy to report that the Minister has been in contact. We are looking forward to discussions about Newfoundland and Labrador fisheries. We understand this is a difficult time for the fish harvesters and communities affected by recent fisheries management decisions, but we are investing in science. We are investing in... Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Don't start yet. There's no light.
Madam Speaker, after a year of the Phoenix fiasco, there's still no light at the end of the tunnel for thousands of workers. It's interesting that the longer this fiasco drags on, the fewer answers the government can give us about when they'll be able to solve it. Maybe that's because this broken system is actually creating new victims every single day. If the government won't tell us when all the current cases will be resolved, can they at least tell us when they intend to stop creating new ones?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services.
Madam Speaker, as the MP for Gatineau and Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister, I, like all members of the House, have heard stories from public servants in our ridings about the challenges that they face because of issues with the pay system. These issues have caused real hardships for many public servants and their families, and many are issues that no family should have to face. Our government remains resolutely focused on addressing the issue, on deploying the resources, financial and human, needed to address this situation. That is what we are going to do, Madam Speaker, and that is what we are working on.
The
Honourable Member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, we've learned today that it takes years to get access in French to federal court decisions. The Official Languages Commissioner has been looking at this issue since 2007, and complaints have been piling up for 10 years. This is further proof that this government is showing no leadership when it comes to official languages. Having access to federal court decisions in both languages is a right. My question is for the Minister of Heritage and Official Languages. Is she going to wait another 10 years to fix this problem?
The Honourable Minister, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring that Canadians have access to justice in the official languages of their choice. Budget 2017 proposes to provide $2 million over 2 years to the Courts Administration Services to enhance federal courts' ability to make decisions available in both English and in French. This new funding is in addition to the new processes that our government has already established for Supreme Court of Canada appointments, which includes a policy that its judges should be functionally bilingual. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Madam Speaker, the Liberal government has put in place a working group to think about the Phoenix pay system problems. After a year, that's too little too late, and it's public servants themselves who are saying this still today. Despite what this Liberal government and the Parliamentary Secretary has been saying, public servants across the country are still getting no pay. 6 months now, like the Drouin family in Montreal, the situation hasn't been fixed, and there are very serious problems right now today. When will this government act in an urgent and definitive way to fix this problem? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Madam Speaker, I can tell the member that our government is working in a definitive way, unlike the previous government, which acted imprudently by leaving us the fiasco after they fired 700 pay advisors. We have invested in this problem, and we inherited a dysfunctional pay system from the previous government, and we are going to fix it. Honourable Member for Mégantic-Les-Rables. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Motivated by the Lac-Mégantic tragedy, the Minister of Transport has moved the Rail Safety Act review ahead by a year. Unfortunately, neither the recent budget nor recent announcements of grants under the Rail Safety Improvement Fund had anything to help those who are still suffering, the people of Lac-Mégantic. The rail bypass and the Industrial Security Institute are two projects that could make a real difference, Madam Speaker. When will the Minister of Transport walk the talk and support concrete projects for rail safety in Lac-Mégantic and for all of Canada, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
I would like to thank my colleague because I know that this is a very important issue for him and for his community. And our thoughts continue to be with the families and the victims of the tragedy. Our government is firmly committed to improving rail safety, and that is the absolute priority of the minister. The file that he mentioned, study of that file is underway.
For Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Budget 2017 changed the credit that small oil and gas companies get for resource exploration. This change will hurt a number of small businesses in Bow River and across Canada. The natural resource sector in Alberta is already struggling through tough times with low prices, and these Liberals just don't care. Why are the Liberals intent on phasing out Canadian oil and gas?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a government, we understand the challenges workers and their families in the energy sector have had over the last few years. Our support for the energy sector reflects a balanced approach that ensures the environment is protected and good, well-paying jobs are there for Canadians. We did in 1 year what the previous government couldn't do in a decade, approve pipelines, while at the same time protecting our oceans, pricing carbon pollution, and working with Indigenous peoples. We believe our approach positions Canada and Canadians well. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Madam Speaker, as the Minister of National Defence has often said in this House, we want to ensure that our forces have the resources, tools, and support that they need to carry out their missions. Will the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence please give us an example of how this government intends to meet the goal of forming a modern, flexible, and better equipped military to meet the challenges of today and tomorrow? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le for his excellent question and for his remarkable work in his region. We have the responsibility to take care of the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces by giving them the resources they need. On April 24th, the Minister announced the construction of 2 new buildings in Bagotville with an investment of $95 million, which will improve infrastructure and give our forces the tools they need to meet the challenges of the 21st century.
Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
The Liberals have spent the last 18 months cozying up to dictators while Canadian citizens are detained and abused overseas. The latest case is China's arrest of Kian Soon, a Canadian citizen. China jails dissidents, oppresses minority Uyghurs and Tibetans. It uses arbitrary detention, violates the religious rights of Buddhists, Taoists, Christians, and Falun Gong worshippers like Kian Soon. Why are the Liberals negotiating an extradition treaty with China when it refuses to release Canadians wrongfully arrested?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Certainly the protection of human rights is an integral part of our foreign policy. Canada and China are not extradition partners. There are no extradition negotiations. As with all cases internationally, our government has a firm commitment to the protection of human rights, the rule of law, and due process will continue to be paramount in all our engagements. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. De nombreuses communautés riveraines font présentement
Many
face à des
communities on the banks of our rivers are suffering from flooding. Volunteers and first responders are doing colossal work, whether that be in Quebec or in Ontario, to help those who are affected by the flooding, and we all thank them for their incredible work. Can the Minister of Public Safety please give us an update on the role that the federal government is playing to help support these communities affected by flooding? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Madam Speaker, our thoughts accompany all Canadians affected by the flooding. The government is always ready to help any province or territory that requires help.
My department is on standby. We are speaking to all of the provincial governments involved, including later today. The first call for assistance is up to the provincial government to determine. If asked, the Government of Canada will respond quickly.
Definitely. The Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, while the Status of Women Minister spends millions on her office renovations, women in need are being left behind. This week at committee, we heard testimony from the Canadian Canadian Building Trades Union that no money is available to unions to help advance women in the skilled trades. The Liberals have failed to protect vulnerable women and to support their advancement in the skilled trades. When will the minister get her priorities straight?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary?
No.
Sure. Oh, sorry, the Honourable Minister of Status of Women.
Madam Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for an opportunity to acknowledge the significant contributions that the labour movement has made to gender equality in Canada. I'm sure we can all agree that a healthy NGO sector is also vital to the well-being of women and girls in this country. That's why we have funded over 300 projects across the country to address gender-based violence, to improve economic outcomes and leadership for women and girls. Madam Speaker, I can assure my honourable colleague that should labour groups want to partner with NGOs, we welcome that.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. The Minister of Sustainable Development of Quebec has stated in the National Assembly that his department was working on a nuclear emergency plan to prepare for the creation of the Chalk River nuclear waste dump, which will be located on the banks of the Ottawa River. But the Ottawa River, Madam Speaker, is the source of drinking water for millions of Quebecers and Ontarians. Is the Minister of the Environment in favour of the creation of a radioactive dump on the banks of the Ottawa River?
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
The Government of Canada is committed to ensuring the safe solutions are in place for managing radioactive waste. Radioactive waste owners are responsible for developing and implementing fully funded solutions for the safe and secure management of their waste. Major waste owners are meeting their responsibilities for developing long-term solutions, and a number of radioactive waste management initiatives are underway, with rigorous oversight from federal regulatory agencies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Well, we know that the Nuclear Safety Commission is looking at this file, but that wasn't the question. We know that public consultations haven't started, but that's not what we're asking either. It's time to act now, Madam Speaker. Better to be active now than be radioactive tomorrow. Does the Minister of the Environment seriously think that it's a good idea to pile up a mountain of nuclear waste under a geotextile cover? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. AECL delivers its mandate through a government-owned, contractor-operated model whereby the operation of its nuclear laboratories, including decommissioning and waste management work, is delivered by the Canadian Nuclear Laboratories. Under this model, AECL continues to own the land, facilities, assets, and liabilities, whereas the workforce, the licenses, and all other aspects of running the sites are part of the Canadian Nuclear Laboratories business. AECL is today a small Crown corporation whose role is to oversee the contract with the Canadian Nuclear Laboratories. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Madam Speaker, Resolute Forest Products has confirmed what everyone feared. There will be job losses in the forestry sector because of the trade war. Where I come from, in Chertsey, in Saint-Michel-des-Saints, and in Saint-Jean-de-Mata, where I was born, everyone is worried. Today, the Prime Minister committed to supporting the businesses and regions affected by the softwood lumber dispute. Will the government honour the commitment made by the Prime Minister to our forestry communities in Quebec and grant loan guarantees immediately to support the forestry sector?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said earlier, supporting the workers and communities that depend on forestry jobs is our top priority. Protecting forestry jobs means moving quickly to provide companies and communities with full access to existing loan guarantees, employment and economic diversification programs, while expanding export markets. While we fight these unfair tariffs on Canada's forestry industry, we will continue to work with the provinces through our federal provincial task force to examine additional measures and address the needs of affected workers and communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs. The Broken Nutrition North program continues to fail Nunavut youth. INAC released the What We Heard report last week, which reiterates the many necessary changes that I and others have been advocating for years. It is my understanding that there have been further consultations held over the last few days. My question is not about these consultations. It's not about any future meetings or consultations. My question is when? When can Nunavut expect the much-needed changes to the program be made? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Nakamik, Madam Chair, Nakamik, my colleague, and I want to recognize the tremendous work and input that my colleague from Nunavut has had with regard to Nutrition North. As you know, we have been very engaged in consultations with those across the North. We know it is unacceptable that Northerners are struggling to feed their families, and we have every intention of bringing forward a new program that will meet the needs of Northerners. That program and review is currently online. We've engaged with 3,500 people and submissions, and we're hoping very soon to be able to launch a new program. Thank you.
J'ai l'honneur de faire savoir à la Chambre que
I have the honor of announcing to the House that the Senate has sent a message to the House to inform it that it has passed a bill that it submits for the consent of the House, S224.
Payments made under construction contracts. Point of order, the official opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I understand that you are taking under advisement the admissibility of the amendment moved by the member for Carleton to the government's motion regarding the amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-4. So I would like to just very briefly offer my argument in support of the admissibility of that amendment. At page 532 of O'Brien and Bosk, it states, a motion and amendment arises out of debate and is proposed either to modify the original motion in order to make it more acceptable to the House. I believe, Madam Speaker, that the amendment does just that. The Senate has amended Bill C-4 in order to uphold a fundamental principle of democracy that the certification and decertification of a bargaining agent must be achieved by a secret ballot, vote-based majority. Why the government wanted to take this away in the first place is perplexing, since they are proposing secret ballot elections in House committees. But at page 533 of O'Brien and Bosk, it states that an amendment is out of order if it is completely contrary to the main motion and will produce the same result as the defeat of the main motion. Madam Speaker, I believe this may be the reason for your deliberations on the matter. The question I ask is this. Would the defeat of the main motion to the Senate amendment made to C-4 have the same effect as voting for the amendment proposed by my colleague? I believe the answer is clearly no. If the government's motion was to be defeated, I would argue that nothing would happen. The government would need to come back with an alternative motion with a different proposition. Yet if my colleague's amendment were to be adopted, both the House and the Senate would have adopted C-4 in an identical form, and it would move to eventually receiving royal assent as amended. As the journals of June 6, 1923 at page 437, it says, the Speaker ruled that an amendment to alter the main question by submitting a proposition with the opposite conclusion is not an expanded negative and may be moved. This amendment indeed offers the opposite conclusion, that is, to accept the amendment made by the Senate that supports democracy. The government's motion rejects this democratic principle. Voting for or against the government's motion has a different outcome than voting for my colleague's amendment. Therefore, I ask that you accept the amendment and allow this House to express its views on preserving a fundamental principle of democracy, that the certification and decertification of a bargaining agent must be achieved by a secret ballot vote-based majority. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I thank the official opposition House Leader for the additional comments. I will take them under advisement as I continue to deliberate on this, and I will be back before the House with a response as soon as I can, which will be should be shortly. Thank you. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 5 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de rapport de
Presenting reports from committees.
introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I have a number of petitions to table from Albertans. The first is a petition from Edmontonians calling on the government to comply with the Historic Human Rights Tribunal ruling to fund systemic shortfalls in First Nations child welfare and to end systemic discrimination against First Nation children. The second is a petition from across Alberta calling on the government to introduce mandatory labeling of products containing ingredients that are genetically modified and to undertake more balanced approvals in the use of GMOs. Third, a petition from over 900 Albertans from many Alberta rural communities, from Cold Lake to Vegreville, Wetaskiwin to Wainwright, asking the government to reverse the cuts to Canada Post services and consider innovation, including postal banking. The final petition, Madam Speaker, is from Albertans calling on the government to instruct Canada Post to halt plans to downsize and downgrade public post offices and instruct Canada Post to consult the public in improving Canadian Postal Service Charter to develop better processes to change retail and delivery services. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Langley, Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured to present 3 petitions in the House today. The first highlights that 22-year-old Chrysanda Collias was tragically killed by a drunk driver, a person who foolishly chose to drive while impaired. Chrysanda's family is devastated. Families for Justice is a group of Canadians who have also lost a loved one killed by an impaired driver. They believe Canada's impaired driving laws are much too lenient. They've provided a letter from the Prime Minister saying that he would support legislation similar to last Parliament, and they're calling on this Parliament to keep those promises of the Prime Minister and pass legislation to toughen up our impaired driving laws. Second petition, Madam Speaker, I am honoured to present regards sex selection. It highlights the fact that ultrasounds are being used to determine the sex of the child. If it's a girl, the pregnancy is ended. Canadians, 92% of Canadians say that that's abhorrent, should not be happening, and they're calling on this House to condemn that practice. And the last petition is conscience protection. In Ontario, physicians are being forced to do medical procedures against their conscience, and they're saying this should not be happening in Canada. They're saying that we need to change the laws in Canada and make sure that the conscience rights of all Canadians, including physicians and healthcare professionals, are being protected. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 924, question 9292, question 932, and question 936. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if a supplementary response to question 668, originally tabled on January the 30th, 2017, and a revised response to question 814, originally tabled on March the 20th, 2017, as well as the government's response to question 925 to question 928, question 933 to question 935, and question 937 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Questions on, sorry. Oh. Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, and then finally, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders.
Senate amendments to Bill C4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the parliamentary, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C44, the Budget Implementation Act 2017, et sur l'amendement de M. Deltel.
The amendment of Mr. Deltel.
Reprise au débat. The honourable member for Edmonton West had 6 minutes remaining in his speech when this was last before the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to finish my speech from yesterday regarding Bill C-44, the line of credit bill. Now, I started my speech yesterday with the description my oldest son said about this bill when I told him it was $100 billion added debt that him and his generation are going to be stuck with. And his comment was, what the heck? Well, a different word than heck, but you get the idea. What the heck, Dad? Thanks for sticking us with this bill. Now, I finished my part yesterday before I was cut off, and today talking about the Liberals' propensity to talk about how much they consulted on this budget. And I ended with, I said I wanted to absolutely love to meet the people who said yes to higher taxes on oil and gas exploration. And I'm going to take a wild guess, it's not the energy workers whose jobs rely on the energy development projects. And no, the Canadians who said yes to higher taxes on the oil and gas industry are probably the same ones who told the Prime Minister to leave the oil in the ground. I'm not surprised that the Prime Minister listened to that advice, but I am stunned that the 4 Liberal MPs from Alberta sit idle while this government writes into the budget how we'll use the tax system to reduce emissions and greenhouse gases and, by extension, phase out the oil sands. Sure, it's fine for hundreds of millions of dollars in bailouts and bonuses for Bombardier to make energy-guzzling, greenhouse gas-belching planes, and hundreds of millions in taxpayers' dollars for the Ontario auto industry for cars running, surprisingly, on gas. But Alberta's energy industry, no, let's use the tax system to phase it out and make a special effort to tell everyone by placing it right in the budget. By 2021, Canada is going to be $102 billion further into debt, which is an average of $4,000 per taxpayer that needs to be paid back. The Liberals promised that this deluge of spending would lead to unprecedented levels of economic growth. And just 1 year ago, they were musing about a multiplier effect of 3 to 4 times the size of the investment. Well, it turns out they were wrong. We got 1.7% growth. Now, the Globe and Mail noted that the bulk of the Liberal deficit spending has not been about infrastructure. It's borrowing for groceries more than the mortgage. The question is whether Liberals, who have repeatedly moved the goalposts, would be able to live within this constraint. So what are those billions actually going toward? Innovation? Now, I wonder what the government actually knows what innovation means, if they actually have a definition. Or if it's just like the middle class, they don't know what it is, they can't define it, but it sounds pretty good, so they'll repeat it a few hundred times and hope that something happens. This budget is innovative, though, truly the most innovative budget ever. And to prove it to you, the word innovation appears more than 200 times in the budget. Unfortunately, simply repeating something does not make it true. You need a plan, you need tangible goals and outcomes, real means of achieving growth. Now, they've announced initiatives thousands of times, indeed over 4,200 times since winning election in 2015. But as the Parliamentary Budget Officer noted, that even though this government has a penchant for announcing funding, they have completely failed to ensure that this money gets out the door. This year alone, over $2 billion in infrastructure funding was allowed to lapse because the government was simply incapable of writing the check. Now, this government will stand up and respond breathlessly that at least they're doing something and demand of us, the opposition, some policy options to counter theirs. Well, we have provided those ideas. My Alberta colleagues and I provide very specific recommendations in our Alberta Jobs Task Force report that was submitted to the Finance Minister. We consulted over 5,000 Alberta families, small businesses, and stakeholders affected by the economic downturn. And by the way, if anyone's wondering, I can tell you that none of those that we consulted said to gas up or jack up taxes on gas and oil industry and phase out the oil sands. Now, we advise the government of these options provided to us in the Jobs Task Force. Reduce the tax burden on Canadians by stopping the carbon tax. Honor the promise to lower the small business tax. Support families in need by reversing the punishing new mortgage rules. Enhance Canada's fiscal strength by developing and communicating a clear path back to a balanced budget. Now, these are good, meaningful, and broadly supported recommendations that will help not only Albertans, but Canadians. It's too bad this government is all too happy to ignore them. Instead, this government will take as much as they can from Canadians to fund buzzwords, undefined ideas, palatial renovations to ministers' offices, limousines for cabinet ministers, and vacations to the Prime Minister to Billionaire Island. 2 years ago, this government promised to table budgets with modest deficits. They bragged and boasted that their costed plan meant they could keep their promise to Canadians and also manage our finances. Once this promise, though, became inconvenient, it was taken out back and dealt with, like Tony Soprano cutting off loose ends and handling problems. By the time Budget 2016 was tabled, the Liberals' promise to balance the budgets by 2019 disappeared entirely. The new reality of deficits well into the 2050s was now treated like Lord Voldemort, something really bad and evil that we know is out there, but we don't mention it by name. So what are we getting for $102 billion in debt and higher taxes? What are our children receiving for a mortgage future? Buzzwords about superclusters, rampant announcement for items well into the future, but misleadingly treated as action today, and nothing but baffle gab. What the heck, Dad, indeed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood. Oh, sorry. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member makes reference to baffle gab and rhetoric. And I've listened for the last 6 minutes, and you might want to reflect on some of that. You know, when we talk about the province of Alberta, you know, the Conservative Harper government failed at getting any pipelines, any at all, zero, Madam Speaker, to Tidewaters. In less than 18 months, not only did we establish a process under this administration, but we now are advancing, and they're going to be seeing two, not one, but two pipelines that are in fact been approved, understanding the importance of our environment and economic development, Mr. Speaker. That's the realization of thousands of jobs, not only for the province of Ontario, but for many other Canadians. I had to laugh when the member made reference to ministerial limousines. You know, the Harper government didn't say no to limousines. In fact, I recall when Stephen Harper flew to India, and he flew his limousine there too, Madam Speaker, at $1 million cost to the taxpayers. Madam Speaker, then ultimately the member talks about the discussion he had with his son. I wonder if he told his son that there was a $150 billion added to the debt by Stephen Harper. My question is, did he tell his son about that, and what did his son have to say about the Harper $150 billion debt added by the Harper government?
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Madam Speaker, I'm very happy to answer that. My son is in grade 12, a very strong conservative and a very bright conservative. He's already reading Adam Smith. He doesn't have to be told about that $150 or $50 billion because he remembers the Liberal Party in coalition with the Bloc Québécois and the NDP demanding billions and billions more to be added in deficit. So shame on this minister for trying to mislead Canadians on this. He doesn't have to be told about the disgraceful conduct of that party during that time, trying to take down a validly elected government and jack up billions and billions more in spending. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Shepherd, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his contribution to the debate. Obviously, when we bring up our families in debate, we bring up usually our children, and we talk about what type of legacy are we giving on to the next generation. And in his case, the member brought up the case of both of his sons, what type of debt they'll be facing in the future. So I'd like to hear him expand on that with this ridiculous tax plan that they've proposed, this so-called middle-income tax cut, which actually gave the biggest tax cut to the wealthiest, those of us in this chamber actually who earn just enough to actually earn the full benefit of that supposed middle-income tax cut. I'd also like to hear more from him on the national debt, because it's this government which has absolutely no plan to either pay down the debt and no plan to control their spending. A $28.5 billion deficit just this year, and every single table they have in their budget just shows them increasing the national debt. So I'd like to hear more from the member and comment on that matter.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the well-thought-out question. It is an absolute disgrace what we're doing to the next generation. I have to go home every Friday night, and I do stay on Fridays, and apologize to my children for the actions of this federal government jacking up taxes and mortgaging their future. There's not one answer ever from this government of how we're going to pay back this money. This is not just free money. And they talk so much about their incredible middle-class tax cut, which delivers about $1 a day to the average Canadian. which is not very much, but it does add up, and it's billions. But this is not free money. This is borrowed money. They misled Canadians when they said it was going to be paid for by a tax on the wealthiest 1%. It was incorrect. That's not true. It's borrowed money being used for this tax cut. That's money that's going to be paid back later. It's like going to an ATM, taking it out, and say, oh, look, I made a bunch of money. It's not. It's borrowed money, and this government should be ashamed of itself for continuing to mislead Canadians in this manner.
Well done. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is a pleasure to rise in the House today to speak about Budget 2017. It's a continuation of the plan that we ran on in the last election and began to enact with last year's budget, a plan to build a strong foundation for economic growth and prosperity that will ensure all Canadians can share in our success. I know that we like to talk a lot on this side of the House about the middle class and those working hard to reach it, and that's important. I have many middle-class families in my riding that need just a little help making ends meet. They have to choose between investing in their children's education and saving for retirement. We have put many initiatives in place to help them, from a strengthened Canada pension plan and the middle-class tax cut to the Canada Child Benefit and increased student assistance. This is all important, but today I would like to talk about helping those families for whom the middle class seems out of reach, no matter how hard they work to reach it. For the low-income Canadians that need to choose between paying the rent to keep a roof over their heads and buying groceries to put food on the table, for whom the high cost of childcare prevents both parents from participating in the workforce and bringing an important second paycheck home. We have many of these families in my riding of Scarborough Centre, and I'm here to speak for them. I heard their stories during the campaign, and I continue to hear their stories when I meet my constituents at coffee shops, at town halls, and on their doorsteps. One of the first things we did to help them was to introduce the Canada Child Benefit by making it tax-free and targeted to those families that need the most. Families with less than $30,000 in net income receive the maximum benefit of $6,400 per child under the age of 6 and $5,400 per child for those aged 6 through 17. This initiative alone has lifted more than 300,000 children out of poverty and is making a real difference for low-income families. We also addressed seniors living in poverty by increasing the guaranteed income supplement top-up benefit for single seniors to up to $947 annually, improving the financial security of about 900,000 single seniors across Canada. Those are just a few of the measures from last year's budget, and I am pleased to see more strong action to help low-income Canadians in Budget 2017. For me, the signature item in Budget 2017 is the investment in housing. For too long, the federal government has been on the sidelines when it comes to housing in Canada. We have not been at the table when provinces, municipalities, and affordable housing providers have been trying to tackle this critical issue. After a decade of absence, the cry for federal leadership is finally being answered by this government. In Scarborough, housing is a pressing issue. Affordable housing is the bridge to improved prosperity for low-income families. Housing is a public health issue, it's a public safety issue, and it is an economic issue. Having a safe, clean, and affordable place to live allows a child to fully participate and succeed in school. It allows their parents to go to work, not having to worry about keeping a roof over their heads or having to make difficult choices between rent and groceries. Unfortunately, housing is increasingly precarious for too many families. The stock of affordable housing is increasingly limited and in poor shape. Developers are building unaffordable condos and even converting the rental buildings to condos, instead of investing in a new rental stock. An existing rental stock is often in poor shape and is being priced out of reach for many families in Scarborough. This forces them to live in unclean, unsafe, and often overcrowded environments. It forces them to make difficult choices no family should have to make. That's why I'm excited for the new National Housing Strategy that will be coming from the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. And with the $11.2 billion investment proposed in Budget 2017 to help build, renew and repair Canada's stock of affordable housing. With stable and predictable funding over the next decade, the government will work in partnership with the provinces and territories to help ensure that Canadians have affordable housing that meets their needs. This will include a new $5 billion National Housing Fund to address critical housing issues and better support the vulnerable citizens. Renewed and expanded federal investments to combat and prevent homelessness. More federal lands for the development of affordable housing and expanded funding to strengthen CMHC's housing research activities. We will work with the provinces to support priorities that include the construction of new affordable housing units, the renovation and repair of existing housing, rent subsidies, and other measures to make housing more affordable, and initiatives to support safe, independent living for our seniors, persons with disabilities, and other individuals requiring accessibility modifications. With the new National Housing Fund, there will be a co-investment fund to help pool resources from other housing partners, direct lending to municipalities and housing partners for the repair and renewal of housing units, as well as the construction of new affordable housing units, and support to help social housing providers maintain rent geared to income units when long-term operating agreements expire. Mr. Speaker, this is a much-needed renewal of federal leadership in the housing space and will make a real difference over the years to come to lower-income families in Scarborough and across Canada that face a precarious housing situation and struggle to find an affordable place to live. Another highlight for Budget 2017 is the substantial and substantive investments in early learning and childcare. When I speak to Scarborough families, they tell me that next to affordable housing, their biggest challenge and their biggest concern is access to affordable, quality childcare. For lower-income families, the high cost of childcare means one parent is forced to stay home instead of entering the workforce and bringing a much-needed second paycheck into the household. This is another area where federal leadership has been sorely lacking over the last decade. Create a tax credit and walk-away approach of the last government did nothing to encourage the creation of more affordable childcare spaces and is a drop in the bucket compared to the costs families are facing right now. Like affordable housing, early learning and childcare is also an economic issue. With access to affordable childcare, both parents can choose to participate in the workforce, and a child with access to early learning support will be better positioned to succeed in school and in the life. Last year's budget made an initial investment this year in early learning and childcare of $500 million, and I am pleased to see that Budget 2017 builds on this commitment by investing an additional $7 billion over 10 years to support and create more high-quality, affordable childcare spaces in Scarborough and across Canada. Over the last 3 years, we hope this investment can increase the number of affordable childcare spaces for low and modest income families by supporting up to 40,000 new subsidized childcare spaces, as well as made it more affordable for parents to return to work. Real action here, though, will require a collaborative approach and it will require a long-term plan. That's why I am pleased the government is working with the provinces and territories to develop a national framework on early learning and childcare, focusing on best practices and new approaches to best serve the families. Madam Speaker, there are many more items in this budget that will make a difference to lower-income Canadian families. But I feel these substantive and long-term investments in housing and in early learning and childcare will make a meaningful and lasting difference for Canadian families strengthening to make their ends meet. That's why I'm pleased to support this budget and invite my colleagues to join me in supporting this as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions, et commentaires. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her speech. There are some things in the budget that I do support, and one of the things that are being implemented includes the family caregiver. I think the extension of those benefits outside of the regular people identified previously is a positive thing. But there are certain things also that within this implementation that I am a bit concerned about. We have the child care space exemption. There was the deduction eliminating the credits for people who are independently in their businesses, eliminating those tax credits. And I was just hoping that the member could talk about that, as well as what are we doing when we talk about rural? We talk a lot about housing. And one of my concerns when we're looking at the housing is, are we going to make sure that this impacts all 338 ridings, or like previous housing issues, are they going to be specifically looked at in Toronto and some of the larger cities and not looking at the impact on the rural communities, because that's another big thing. So if you could talk to me about the elimination of the tax credit for businesses who are building the childcare spaces, why that's been eliminated and how we can get that better.
I won't speak to you about it, but I would just ask the member to address the questions to the chair. The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague for her question. Budget 2017 is a next step in our government's ambitious plan to create more jobs, grow the economy, and to provide more opportunities for every Canadian. That means providing more opportunities for middle-class families and those working hard to join the middle class. We introduced Canada Child Benefit, which is helping 9 out of 10 Canadian families, which has lifted over 300,000 kids out of poverty. It is making a real difference in the lives of the people every day, and we will continue to build on our plan. We increase the taxes for the wealthiest 1% to give tax breaks to middle-class families. The plan is working, and I'm sure it will continue working for the next many years.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her comments. And I do feel that she is very sincere, and her and I would share a lot of the same concerns in our riding around childcare and around affordable housing. Unfortunately, what I'm finding during this debate is when push comes to shove, when we actually say, what is the government actually doing this year in this budget to make a difference in the lives of people in our ridings, we often get the reference back to the previous budget and the measures that were put into place. I would like the member to comment on the fact there is no money in this year's budget for childcare, and how does she feel about that?
Honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. Madam Speaker, Budget 2017 does make long-term commitments. This is by design. We have heard loud and clear from provinces, from municipalities, from community organizations and stakeholders that they need long-term, stable and predictable commitments from the federal government to help them plan and leverage federal investments with their own funding to tackle the many pressing issues Canada is facing that are too complicated and long-term to solve in one budget. Communities want the federal government to be a long-term partner, and that's why we are doing, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her comments and her response to my question. I am all for long-term planning. I'm all for working in collaboration with provinces. What I have an issue with in this Budget Implementation Act is the commitments the government is making beyond its mandate. And to me, those aren't sincere commitments. They're much beyond the mandate, both for housing and for childcare. And I'd like to have her comments about what is the government doing in this term to help childcare and to help people with housing. Thank you.
Member for Scarborough Centre, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for her questions. We are committed in making long-term investments. When I talk to my constituents in the riding of Scarborough Centre, I hear all the time they have to make tough decisions whether to have a roof or to pay for the groceries for their kids. We, through our budgets, are making sure that the middle-class families get immediate help. Those people who need the help get immediate help through Canada Child Benefit, through tax breaks. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona. Oh, sorry, just a minute. There's a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. On a point of order, I am responding to the Opposition House Leader's intervention on the admissibility of the amendment proposed to the motion respecting Senate amendments to C4. Let me be clear. The motion, it rejects the amendments made by the Senate to Bill C4. I submit that the amendment is out of order, and procedural authorities and precedents support this argument. Page 533 of the second edition of the House of Commons Procedure and Practices states, and I quote, Madam Speaker, an amendment is out of order procedurally if it is completely contrary to the main motion and would produce the same result of defeat of the main motion, end of quote. The footnote that expands on the reference above is most relevant in this situation. And again, I quote, Madam Speaker, expanded negative amendments strike out all the words after that in a motion and substituted a proposition with the opposite conclusion of the original motion, end of quote. This is precisely what the amendment seeks to do. Reverse the intent of the motion before the House. The appropriate course of action is for members that oppose the motion is to vote against the motion. The procedural authorities and precedents are clear. The amendment is indeed out of order. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I appreciate the intervention from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. We'll take the information under advisement. We'll need a bit more time to deliberate on this issue, and we'll get back to the House as soon as I am able to with my response. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this budget is disappointing both for what it provides and does not provide. Counted among our critical duties as elected members is holding the government accountable for its spending. As per Standing Order 80, the House retains the sole authority to authorize supply. In 2002, the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates was established with the clear mandate to guide and oversee the House of Commons estimates review process, either directly or through the estimates documents or indirectly by examining government operations. As critic for Public Works at the time, I participated in a review to strengthen parliamentary scrutiny of estimates and supply. We examined both the format and timing of estimates and program priorities, and the need for greater support to members of this place in effective scrutiny of spending. As the report states, and in quotes, Parliament's control of the public purse is still very much at the heart of our democratic government, end of quotes. Madam Speaker, among the challenges facing members is the lack of access to information, expertise, and the time to fully understand and review estimates and operations. We need access to clear, consistent, and reliable information and analysis. Many experts support appointment of an independent PBO, or Parliamentary Budget Officer, mandated to assist members and the committees in their evaluations of spending. So what actions have been taken by this government to deliver on their promises of more open and accountable governance and the creation of an independent PBO? Well, despite election promises, they tabled a 300-plus page omnibus budget implementation bill, amending no less than 30 bills. And despite promises to the contrary, this omnibus bill strikes a blow to the ability of the members of this place to deliver our responsibilities. Bill 44 significantly reduces the independence of the PBO, and in turn, the ability of that office to serve the needs of members. Why is the PBO so important? The office was established specifically to provide independent analysis to this place and the other place, in quotes, about the state of the nation's finances, the estimates of the government, and trends in the national economy, and to estimate the financial cost of any proposal of a matter under federal jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, analyses and reports of the PBO have proven invaluable in disclosing issues in costing and spending. During the election, the Liberals espoused clear support for an independent PBO. In quotes, Madam Speaker, "We will not interfere with the work of government watchdogs. We will ensure that all of the officers are properly funded and accountable only to Parliament, not the government of the day. We will ensure that the PBO is truly independent, properly funded, and answerable only and directly to Parliament." End of quotes. Madam Speaker, while in opposition, the Liberals echoed our calls to the Harper government to act immediately to make the PBO an independent officer reporting directly to Parliament. Well, now in power, what have they done to the PBO? Are they making the Parliamentary Budget Officer an independent officer reporting to Parliament? No. They're mandating the speakers of the two houses to scrutinize both the priorities and spending by the PBO. They are further reducing its independence. Another broken election promise, a serious blow to the mandate of the PBO and to the ability of the members in this place to carry out our responsibilities to hold the government in account. And an important reminder, Madam Speaker, to all members of this place, including on the government side, holding the government accountable for spending is not just the duty of opposition members, it's the duty of all elected MPs. We all benefit from an independent parliamentary budget officer. The government says it's open to amendments. So please, strike down these measures that are reducing the independence of the parliamentary budget officer. So, Madam Speaker, what's missing from the budget bill? Well, after 18 months in office, not a single bill has been tabled by this government, let alone enacted, to protect the environment. If they so favor the return of omnibus budget bills, why not one to restore the laws that Stephen Harper eviscerated and the Liberals promised to restore? There's been no bill to restore the protections to navigable waters, a once critical trigger for environmental assessment. There has been no bill tabled to extend to Canadians a voice in policies and approvals impacting their health or environment, a commitment, Madam Speaker, that is imposed on the government under NAFTA. 3, no bill has been tabled to restore a credible environmental assessment process or even interim measures, interim reforms, as the government glibly approves major resource project after resource project. Finally, Madam Speaker, there has been no bill tabled to enact the rights prescribed under the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This government espouses to support those rights, including the right to free, prior, and informed consent to developments on their territories or impacting their peoples. And yet, again, we see First Nation peoples and Métis having to take this government to court because of their approval of the Site C Dam, because of their approval of pipelines, because of their abject refusal to even review major projects and consider right and title of First Nation peoples. While there are pages of rhetoric in this budget bill on their commitment to clean energy, there is close to $0 actually allocated to be spent on those important goals this fiscal year. Now, we have raised this continuously, Madam Speaker, that they say, okay, over 10 years, over the next decade, blah, 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 we're going to commit all kinds of dollars to childcare, to housing, and including to shifting to a cleaner energy economy. And yet, when you actually look at the pages of the budget bill where they actually allocate the dollars, they allocate absolutely zero for a clean energy future in this year's budget, including no monies to assist Northern and First Nation communities to switch from dirty, polluting diesel fuel to cleaner sources of energy, something they desperately need. Their skill development and innovation budget also makes no commitment for a just transition strategy for workers and communities for a cleaner energy economy. Now, this is something to the credit of the Alberta government that they are proceeding with the workers of the province, including in the coal-fired power industry and for the oil sands industry. It's something that the Germans are pursuing with their workers. Because if we are switching to different sources of development, it's very important that we also have a skill development, an educational strategy, an incentive strategy to support the workers to gain retraining or to relocate to switch to new kind of training. Certainly we see private entities in my own province, electrical contractors themselves, through fees that they pay on their contracts, are actually have set up a training program for electrical workers, for electricians, including plug-ins for electrical cars and including for the installation of solar panels. We see no word in this budget bill, nothing in the budget implementation bill to actually move forward on a strategy for a genuine, just transition towards a cleaner energy economy. So those certainly would be measures that I would love to see added to the budget bill, which the government has said that they are open to amendments. And so I think that those would be very useful amendments to add to lend greater credibility to their talk of balancing environment and economic development. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I look forward to questions.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
Honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. And I'd like to go back to something that she mentioned at the beginning of her speech, and that's the twisted logic of the Liberals when it comes to omnibus bills. When we ask them about whether or not this is an omnibus bill, the answer that they give us is that, well, don't worry, we have a solution. We're going to give power to the Speaker to split bills, omnibus bills, into several different bills. But the Liberals are in government. They could have done exactly that. They don't need the Speaker to split this bill. They don't need the Speaker to create different bills. The Liberals wrote this bill. So if they don't want omnibus bills, why didn't they refuse to do an omnibus bill? They wrote this bill. So I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments on the twisted logic of the Liberals who say that we shouldn't have omnibus bills, but this is an omnibus bill.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. And indeed, it's an obvious question. Only today, during question period, the government said, oh, well, we're going to let the Speaker decide if they could divide up omnibus bills to decide which committees they go to. And yet, as I mentioned in my speech, they promised during the election there would never be another omnibus bill. They also committed that they would create an independent office of the Parliamentary Budget Officer, which gives us greater ability to actually hold the government accountable on spending. Now, when they were in opposition, they also supported they spoke against the omnibus bills of the Conservative government, and they certainly spoke for creating an independent parliamentary budget officer. So we see a certain level of hypocrisy here, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy to be able to ask another question because I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments on the infrastructure bank, which is in this bill. It's an important part of this bill. And when we talk about splitting the bill into several parts, well, this is something we could take out of this bill so that parliamentarians could specifically vote on this measure. And they might vote differently on this measure than other members. And that's the point of splitting the bill. It allows parliamentarians to vote on different aspects of the bill without voting for the whole thing together. So when it comes to the infrastructure bank proposal, I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks about the dangers that this could have when it comes to, for example, privatizing our infrastructure, particularly given that in the bill, the mission or the mandate of the infrastructure bank would be to create products that would generate revenue. So what kind of project is that? Well, that's an infrastructure project with user fees. For example, I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on this part of the bill, the creation of an infrastructure bank.
The honourable member for Edmonton
Madam Speaker, I too am deeply concerned about the establishment of the infrastructure bank. I'm sure I shared with many in the House today our shock when the government suggested that a mere $15 billion for establishment of the infrastructure bank using taxpayer dollars is nothing to worry about. Well, perhaps that's small change to the Liberals, but it's not small change to the majority of people I represent. There are also growing concerns among the public about the conflict of interest in the very people who were consulted on the establishment of this bank, who may in fact be the very persons who get contracts or get loans from this infrastructure bank to initiate major projects. I heard earlier from some of our Liberal colleagues about how committed she is and the need for affordable housing. We need more spaces, affordable childcare. Well, I don't think that anybody is going to be going to the infrastructure bank to establish those projects. I've met with the majority of the groups in my own city who are trying to provide affordable housing and housing for the homeless, and we're in dire straits in our city. And it really would be nice if, in fact, the government would take part of that $15 billion and put it towards affordable housing and access to affordable childcare.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the finance minister has a tradition that when he makes his first budget speech, he has a new pair of shoes. And since this is my first speech to the budget, I've decided to implement a new tradition, and I have a new tie, which was created by the Inuit artist Audla Pudlat from Cape Dorset, and it's called the Imperial Bird. So, having said that, I'm pleased to stand today and reflect on the budget measures that our government is putting in place to carry out our plan for Canada. In the brief time that I have, I'd like to highlight aspects of the budget that relate solely to the Canadian steel industry and the 22,000 Canadians who are direct employees, along with 100,000 others indirectly employed in this fundamental sector of the Canadian economy. There are 19 basic steel facilities in 5 provinces. The annual sales, $14 billion, and that's a big number. Let me put it in terms of my own city of Hamilton. ArcelorMittal Dofasco has a payroll of 5,000 employees in Hamilton, whose average wage is $75,000. Do the math. An injection into our city's economy every year of $375 million, not including pensions and benefits. Well, furthermore, the company has never been busier, and thanks to advanced manufacturing innovations, they make 4,500 tons of steel a year, which is more than twice the tonnage with less than half the employees than when I worked there years ago. This is world-class, environmentally sound, well-paid manufacturing, second to none, that supports Hamilton's middle class. Hamilton's other steel plant, Stelco, is currently being restructured under the CCAA process, which allows it to continue operations and maintain employment. And when this process concludes, Stelco's management, Madam Speaker, is predicting a very positive future for its Hamilton operations, thanks in part to the measures we are introducing in Budget 2017. These measures are intended to strengthen Canada's trade remedy systems by amendments to the Special Import Measures Act and related regulations, and I can describe them briefly. Circumvention. Domestic producers will be able to file a complaint regarding trade and business practices that are intended to avoid duties. The Canada Border Services Agency will investigate complaints and apply duties to goods that are found to have circumvented our regulations. Scope. Specific products can be investigated by border services to determine if they fall within the scope of a trade remedy measure. Particular market situations. Unfair trade often involves price distortions by exporting countries, and I can give you an example of how they can get around the rules. Sheet steel that would otherwise be subject to tariffs might be chemically treated with a boron coating, which would then allow the steel to be recategorized as an alloy product and thus not subject to the duty. Another way of circumventing Canadian tariffs is shipping Chinese coils to finishing mills in Vietnam. Re-rolling that material and shipping it to Canada from Vietnam allows the Chinese producer to avoid Canadian duties. Now, these are simple examples. The process can get very complicated, when foreign currencies are manipulated to hide the true cost of exported products. And so we have created the tools industry needs to fight these practices. The trade remedies we have introduced have already had a profound effect on the steel industry in Canada. In Calgary, Tenaris has just reopened a manufacturing plant and is in the process of recalling about 100 unionized employees. In Grande Prairie, Tenaris is moving ahead with a $20 million service center, creating 20 new jobs. And in testimony before our International Trade Committee, the company's representative stated that part of the reasons for these actions is the federal government's crackdown on dumping by countries like China that had depressed prices and forced layoffs and plant closures. Sean Donnelly is president and CEO of ArcelorMittal Dofasco, chair of the Canadian Steel Producers Association, and a board member of the American Iron and Steel Institute. And here is what Sean had to say to our Standing Committee on International Trade. Let me start by saying that ArcelorMittal Dofasco welcomes the Government of Canada's Budget 2017 commitment to improve its ability to defend Canadian manufacturers against dumped and subsidized imports by implementing measures that effectively modernize the Canadian trade remedy system. These legislative and regulatory amendments will improve the enforcement of trade remedies, address the circumvention of duties, and better account for market and price distortions. There's a very similar American perspective, Madam Speaker. Thomas J. Gibson is President and CEO of the American Iron and Steel Institute. I met with Tom here in Ottawa and again recently in Washington when I attended congressional hearings on the American steel industry. And he said that Congress recently passed legislation to improve enforcement at our borders to try to catch those who evade tariffs by deliberately mislabeling where the steel comes from, in addition to other clever tricks that are undermining the American steel industry. Congress gave the Commerce Department new tools last summer when it enacted legislation that made improvements to the trade remedy laws, and now it is critical that the department aggressively use them. Madam Speaker, Budget 2017 also recognizes that labor unions have an important perspective to bring to trade remedy investigations, and so regulatory amendments will be made to ensure that unions have the right to participate as interested parties in trade remedy proceedings. In my visit to Washington, I also heard from the Vice President of the United Steelworkers, Tom Conway, who acknowledged their Canadian guest and stated that Buy America is about fighting our enemies and not our friends, in reference to Canadian unionized steelworkers. As co-chair of the Parliamentary All-Party Steel Caucus, I can report to the House that planning is underway for a joint meeting of our caucus and the American Congressional Steel Caucus sometime in the next couple of months. Our American counterparts have made it clear that they will be taking strong measures against dumping of foreign steel in the American market, and they will be encouraged that Canada is following suit with the measures that I have outlined to keep our trade policies aligned with our NAFTA partners. Canada cannot be seen as an easy entry point for cheap foreign steel produced without regard to modern environmental standards, working conditions, and compensation. The language I heard at the steel congressional hearings was explicit. We are at war with China, was the statement made by Ed Vore, who is CEO of ArcelorMittal's Tubular Products Division in Pittsburgh. The executives I met in Washington were aware of Canada's initiatives regarding trade remedies, which will go a long way toward ensuring a positive relationship in steel manufacturing between our two countries. Madam Speaker, the measures I have just outlined did not make many headlines, but virtually every stakeholder in Canadian steel has responded in the most positive fashion, not only by their supportive comments, but by the actions they have already taken, as shown by the Tenaris announcements in Alberta. Of course, I'm happy for my city of Hamilton, but also for Regina, Edmonton, Calgary, Winnipeg, Contrecoeur, Quebec, and every place in Canada within the steel supply chain. These were the measures Big Steel asked for. These are the measures that we provided. Budget 2017 also includes investments in automotive and aerospace. Our infrastructure investments in transit and transportation will require vast amounts of steel for projects all across Canada, from rail cars to rebar, because steel is a basic building block of our nation. And our steel workers make the best in the world. with the highest environmental standards. My emphasis on the budget measures related to steel is in part, Madam Speaker, to dispel the myth that this is an industry of the past associated with rust belts, old manufacturing, spoiled environments, and lost jobs. The company that I know best, my old employer, Dofasco, has been steadily hiring for the past 5 years, and 30% of the workforce joined the company in the past 5 years. Young people are getting jobs in steel. And in terms of investing in its facilities, Dofasco has already spent $1.3 billion in the plant over the past 2 years, and another $1.5 billion in the capital budget between now and 2018. These expenditures are in step with the government's creation of a National Advanced Manufacturing Economic Strategy Plan, which commits to increasing value-added exports by 30% by 2025, and the establishment of innovation superclusters. Members of this House and Canadians need to know that Canadian steel is world-class, innovative, and advanced manufacturing. It's providing wages and benefits and opportunity for tens of thousands of Canadians. It is our duty as a government to provide the legislative and regulatory tools that steel needs to survive and flourish, and that's what we have done at Budget 2017. So, Madam Speaker,
I'm sorry, your time is up?
my time up?
Yeah. So, but you might be able to finish it under questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's been a pleasure to serve on the All-Party Steel Caucus with the member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek, and certainly I would welcome the improvements to trade remedy provisions as a positive feature of the budget. Of course, Madam Speaker, the devil is in the details, and I hope that the government follows through with enforcement on the good words in the budget. I would like to ask about another aspect of the budget, which is the billions of dollars for infrastructure that other government members have mentioned during this debate. And I'd like to ask the member for Hamilton East Stony Creek whether there are any provisions in the budget that would encourage the use of that money to procure Canadian steel rather than building infrastructure with steel imported from offshore. Something that has concerned me is the new Champlain Bridge in Montreal, which is a huge federal infrastructure project, is only using 19% Canadian steel, and I believe we can and should do much better than that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question and his participation and interest. And I would point out that in his own city of Regina, Evraz has just been named to provide 75% of the Trans Mountain pipeline steel that's going between Edmonton and Burnaby, British Columbia. That news just came forward very recently. And in terms of the question, I would suggest that there is a bit of complexity in that we have a very equal balanced trade between Canada and the United States. It's almost to the dollar, the value, Madam Speaker, of the products that are imported and exported. So as we go through the next several months of discussion over NAFTA and the relationship between Canada and the United States, I think that we'll hedge our bets on how that kind of proposal would actually go forward without upsetting the trade balance that we currently have with our American friends. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Hamilton on his speech on steel, something that's near and dear to my heart as a mechanical engineering technologist. I've spent a lot of time in Canada's steel facilities. Maybe the member could comment a little further on the integrated supply chain for steel, where Sault Ste. Marie is using coke and iron from the mines in the United States, and that similar to the automotive industry, you can't look at Canadian steel without having American content and vice versa.
The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
That's a profound insight into the overlying question of how we will advance with our American friends. And I would point out to my friend from Guelph that the Commerce Secretary for President Trump is Wilbur Ross. And Wilbur Ross is a member of the board of ArcelorMittal. And Wilbur Ross knows better than anyone the integrated nature of our two countries with regard to steel, and as I mentioned earlier, the balance in trade that in dollar terms is almost completely equal. So it's interesting once whether there are any more explosive tweets that come out on these subjects. Once you dig into the details, you'll find that we are really the best friends of American steel and vice versa. And the ability for us to, for example, exchange coal and iron ore between the two countries gives us a huge environmental advantage over countries like China, who pollute the environment with even the transportation of the raw materials that they need to make their steel. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is a pleasure to stand on behalf of the 160,000 constituents in Edmonton, Wetaskiwin, the largest constituency in terms of population in the country, and with Leduc Nisku at the heart of it, the heart of Canada's energy sector as well. Madam Speaker, I want to talk a little bit about that energy sector because as I look at Budget 2017, there's significant concern in the sector. And with our biggest competitor, the U.S., cutting red tape and taxes, the Liberal government, of course, continues to jack up taxes, making the Canadian energy sector less competitive. I got a couple of quotes here from experts in the sector. From Tim McMillan, the President and CEO of the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers. He says, "I am disappointed and I think it sends a bad signal and further puts us at a disadvantage in terms of the capital we're trying to attract from global markets compared to the U.S., which is our biggest competitor for that capital." And he goes on to say this, the government is very concerned with the middle class. Our industry hires the middle class. And Mr. Speaker, successive Liberal budgets and policy have been devastating to the middle class in my riding of Edmonton-Wetaskiwin. Jack Mintz from the School of Public Policy at the University of Calgary had this to say, "I think this competitiveness issue is a huge issue for Canada coming down the road, and I'm surprised they took actions right now on this when they will be needing to deal with a much bigger set of changes next year. The U.S. is going in a completely different direction on carbon and major U.S. tax reform. That's in addition to the measures being taken on carbon in Alberta. You start adding it all up, and it's not a healthy climate. Businesses are taking their money elsewhere." So, Madam Speaker, this Liberal fiscal approach is of great concern to my constituents. $52 billion in deficit over the past 2 years. $52 billion. And I had the chance to host 4 roundtables with constituents, had over 60 constituents come out to those roundtables during the last break. And there were 6 main concerns that permeated the roundtables and the discussion. And 2 of them were refugees and marijuana, but the other 4 were all financial concerns. Deficits and spending was one of them. Pipelines was another one. The carbon tax was another one. And seniors' care and benefits was another one. And one of the questions that I ask at these roundtables is, for that $52 billion in deficit spending that we've had over the 2 years with no real end in sight, no plan to get back to balance, does anyone feel like they're better off? And I would say that of the over 60 people at my roundtables, there was one couple that said, yes, we're better off. But then they went on to explain that their life circumstances had changed and they were better off because of changes in their life circumstances, certainly not because of anything that this Liberal government had done for them. And so I asked that question, is there anybody in Canada that's really better off for this $52 billion in deficit spending over the last 2 years? And Madam Speaker, one of the things that we talk about is we take a look at history, and I think history provides us a really good lesson in terms of where we're going under this government. You look at a previous Trudeau government back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, where the Prime Minister of the day ran budget deficits in 14 out of 15 years over that course of time. And, Madam Speaker, the result of those deficits, of course, in the mid-'80s, interest rates were so high in Canada, employment was a challenge in Canada, and you look at the result over the next 9 years, the Mulroney years, while the government of the day pretty much spent what they brought in, the interest payments on the Trudeau debt were astronomical, and provided some of the biggest deficits in Canadian history because of the debt that Trudeau ran up during those years. So fast forward to 1993 and a new Liberal government comes into power, and what do they have to do? They have to cut transfer payments for social services, for health care, for education, cutting spending across the board, cutting international development spending, things that are really, really important to people in Canada and abroad. And devastating cuts. We remember the years in Alberta of the tough decisions that the provincial government had to make there. Provincial government in Ontario, provincial governments across this country had to make very, very difficult decisions because $35 billion in transfers were cut from them, right out from underneath them for that important spending. And so we have a lesson. We take a look at fast forwarding to today and this government. We take a lesson that down the road someone's going to have to pay for this deficit. Down the road, difficult decisions are going to have to be made. And let's take a look at the demographics that we're talking about when we're considering how those decisions are going to be made. You know, in the mid-70s, we had 7 people working in this country for every senior citizen. Today, that number is 4. We have 4 people working for every senior citizen today. And with the demographics changing, by 2030, we're going to have 2.5 people working for every senior citizen. So that's 2.5 people paying the taxes and sharing the burden. Of course, seniors pay taxes as well, but in terms of people working before their senior years to pay the burden of this debt that's being racked up right now, it's going to be the younger generation that's going to pay for that. It's going to be our kids that are going to have to pay for that, much like the taxpayers in the mid-90s had to pay for decisions made by the Trudeau government of the 70s. And those cuts were devastating at the time. So if we're concerned about things like seniors' care and benefits that my constituents brought up as one of the issues that they're concerned about, one of the 6 issues, for seniors living in a generation from now, having to face the cuts that are inevitable given the unprecedented level of spending of this government, it's going to be tremendously difficult. And then the younger generation, the people that are just starting to vote now, are the ones that are going to have to pay the lion's share of the burden to pay off that debt. It's very, very concerning, to say the least. Madam Speaker, let's take a look at a couple of the other issues. The pipelines issue that my constituents bring up, very important. Take a look at Energy East, and again, sort of taking a look at the perverse nature, I guess, in a sense, of the government's decisions as it relates to the fiscal situation of the country. We have over 600,000 barrels of oil coming into Canada from outside Canada, from countries like the U.S., from Venezuela, from Saudi Arabia, from Nigeria and Algeria and Angola. You have over 600,000 barrels every single day coming into Canada from those countries by ships and by rail. Instead of just having the political will to set in place a process that allows Energy East to happen. It doesn't even require government spending. This is something that the private sector will build, and the government just needs to get out of the way. And if the government does that, what we're going to see is we're going to see jobs come back to Alberta. We'll see jobs come back across the country in terms of the building of the pipeline. We'll see taxes being paid and revenues within the government increasing. Not by raising the percentage, but just by creating wealth in the country. And we'll see transfers for things like health and social services and education going up because of that, the impact of that. And this government just needs to get out of the way. Madam Speaker, I also want to talk, if I could, for a second about something that's very personal for me, something that in all of this $52 billion of deficit spending that the government's done, they couldn't find $3.8 million for a Canadian autism partnership. 1 in 68 Canadian children today is diagnosed with autism. A significant issue. If you think of an average family being 4 people, that's 1 in 17 Canadians affected living in a family with someone with autism. And we had an expert working group work for 2 years to establish a plan for this, report to the government with a budget ask that was incredibly modest, $19 million over 5 years, $3.8 million per year. And that budget ask was rejected. $52 billion in deficit spending, hundreds of billions of dollars in spending overall, but $3.8 million couldn't be found for some of the most vulnerable Canadians in our society. That's unconscionable, Madam Speaker, and something needs to be done about that. I see that my time is winding up. I look forward to questions from my honourable colleagues. I'm sure the Deputy House Leader for the Liberal Party will stand up as he usually does and look forward to his question.
Questions and comments. A point of order. The Honourable, the Honourable Member for Oxford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to respond briefly to the argument of the Parliamentary Secretary the Leader of the Government made a few moments ago. The motion before the House that was the subject of an amendment motion by my friend from Carleton has nothing whatsoever to do with the content of the bill. In fact, there is no bill before this House. The motion before this House is to send a message to the Senate in response to a message which the Senate sent to this House regarding the certain decisions made by the Senate. The bill itself is no longer before this House. This House is not debating the bill. We are debating a motion by the government to send a message to the Senate, and we are formulating the content of that message. It is the composition of that message that is before us, not the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I greatly appreciate the additional information from the member from Oxford. We'll take it under advisement and we'll look at the whole submissions that have been made so far on this issue, and we'll attempt to get back to the House as soon as I can. Resuming debate, questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Asks the question, is there anyone in Canada who's better off? And I actually wrote down the phrase when he asked that question, rhetorically, of course. I can share with you, Madam Speaker, that currently, as I speak, there is $58 million being invested in 24 First Nations in Manitoba to prevent and address long-term drinking water advisories and finally produce clean water for those Indigenous communities to drink. Of these 24 projects, 1 is in the feasibility stage, 10 are in the design stage, and 13 are in the construction stage. Critical investments towards our goal of ending all long-term drinking advisories in Indigenous communities. My question to you, Madam Speaker, to the honourable member is, does he think those 24 Indigenous communities are better off?
The honourable member for Edmonton West, Wetaskiwin.
Wetaskiwin. Madam Speaker, some of the youngest populations in Canada are on reserve. And when you take a look at where the burden is going to be because of the $52 billion in just 2 years in deficit that this government is running, the biggest burden is going to be on our younger people. So I would respond to the honourable member by saying that when you take a look at the record, the historic levels of spending that this government is undertaking right now, by borrowing money to do so, it's going to be the very people he's talking about that are going to pay the price down the road, because there is a bill coming down the road. We just have to look at history, a former Trudeau government, to see what that price is going to be.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin, for his excellent comments and for his advocacy. His writing actually includes a lot of South Edmonton as well, so I want to thank him for his work for the city. He's one of the greatest advocates that we have in our country, and certainly in this Parliament, for the issue of autism. And it is disgraceful, the cut to the support. I'm wondering if the member could expand a bit about some of the work that could have been done with that money and how important it is to the community.
The honourable member for Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
I appreciate the question from my colleague, and I appreciate the concern that he has always had, both privately and publicly, for families living with autism. I'm fortunate. My son Jaden is 21, and having grown up in Alberta, he's had solid support from the time he was 2 years old. But the situation facing some families in this country, depending on where they live in some provinces, you have families that are waiting. They know that their child has autism at 2. They can't get a diagnosis for 2 years because they're on a wait list till they're 4. They can't get treatment till they're 6. And certainly that's provincial in jurisdiction. What this Canadian Autism Partnership would have done for, again, I repeat, $3.8 million with an M dollars a year in a context of a $52 billion deficit, what this Canadian Autism Partnership would do is bring experts together, renowned world-class experts that are right here in Canada, to advise governments in their jurisdiction on things like early intervention or education or housing or transitions or employment, all of those things that are real challenges for families living with autism, people living with autism across this country. Again, a minimal investment and 2 years of work by an expert panel that reported to the government on this, and it was rejected in this budget.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Saint-Boniface.
The honourable member for Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital.
Madam Speaker, it's a great honor and a privilege that I rise today in this House on behalf of the citizens I represent in St. Boniface, Saint-Vital, to share my thoughts on the budget. C'est toujours un privilège de se...
It is always a privilege to be able to rise in this House on behalf of the citizens for Saint-Boniface and Saint-Vital in order to communicate my ideas on Budget 2017.
Budget 2017 delivers on a policy platform on which we were elected in October 2015. And as important to that is that it delivers on what we have heard from Canadians over the last 18 months. We've done a lot of consultations, we've listened, and we are acting. Let me say, first of all, that this budget is very good news. It's excellent news for the province I represent, the province of Manitoba. There are a number of initiatives that benefit Manitoba as a whole. For example, Budget 2017 gives Manitoba a major transfer of $3.7 billion in 17-18. Now that's an increase of $148 million from the previous year, and it is the largest year-over-year increase since 2008. Madam Speaker, you're never going to hear anybody in the Premier's office or the Premier of Manitoba say those numbers. They bear repeating. Budget 2017 increases the transfer to Manitoba by $148 million, the largest year-over-year increase since 2008. L'investissement du gouvernement du Canada.
The investment of the Government of Canada in the province of Manitoba is not limited to this important transfer of $3.7 billion. Within that transfer, there will be important transfers in clean technologies, Indigenous communities, cities, and the Lake Winnipeg Basin.
Within the $3.7 billion transfer, there will be important investments in clean technologies, in Indigenous communities, in rural communities, in cities, of course, and the Lake Winnipeg Basin. Madam Speaker, we will deliver results with the Canada Infrastructure Bank. The Infrastructure Bank will be an arm's-length organization that will work with provincial, territorial, municipal, Indigenous, and the private sector investment partners to transform the way infrastructure is planned, funded, and delivered in Canada. Public dollars will go farther and be used more strategically, maximizing opportunities to grow the middle class while strengthening our economy in the long term. Canada's Infrastructure Bank will be responsible for investing at least $15 billion over 11 years using loans, loan guarantees, and equity investments. These investments will be made strategically with a focus on transformative projects connected to regional transit and transportation networks. We will continue to build strong communities using better public transit. Le transport en commun occupe une place.
Public transit plays an important role in this budget. We're making investments that will allow us to build strong communities, improve economic efficiency, improve the quality of life, and ensure long-term environmental sustainability.
Speaker of public transit are very clear. Shorter commute times, less pollution, more time to spend with family and friends, stronger economic growth. These are all well known and well documented. Through the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund, Budget 17 will invest $20.1 billion over 11 years through partnerships with provinces and territories. In addition, the Canada Infrastructure Bank will invest at least $5 billion in public infrastructure transit systems across Canada. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker.
Pour le député de Saint-Boniface.
I apologize to the member. I forgot to mention that I would have to intervene at some point because we need to move on to private members' business. So the member will have nearly 6 minutes next time that this bill is dealt with in the House. It being 1:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to consideration of private members' business according to the order on the order of precedence. Private members' business.
Resuming consideration at third reading of Bill S-208, the National Seal Products Day Act, standing in the name of Mr. Sims, Coast of Bay, Central, Notre-Dame.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de Rosemont.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's just wait a moment here. I'm very pleased to rise in the House to talk about this private member's bill. And straight off, Madam Speaker, I would like to mention the excellent work of my NDP colleague, who is the critic for this file, the member for Abitibi-Baie James Nunavik-Ayu. Bill S-208 is a bill that aims to create a National Seal Products Day. That would be on May 20th. And I will speak a little bit later about why that particular date was chosen. It's symbolic, but I think that beyond that, it provides real support to certain communities, to people who earn their living from the seal hunt, and for whom this is a traditional practice. Now, Madam Speaker, you may be wondering, and people watching at home may be wondering, why a member of Parliament for Montreal, for the central eastern portion of Montreal, would be getting up to talk about the seal hunt. I admit that there aren't a lot of seals in my riding. Not a lot of seal hunters either. Not that we know, anyway. But I think it's interesting to talk about this issue out of solidarity with these communities, these workers in Newfoundland, in the Magdalen Islands, in the north of Quebec, in the north of Canada, for the Inuit, for the First Nation, because this is a very important issue for them. It's important for them to have a flourishing, balanced, and cruelty-free and sustainable seal industry. I know that this is an issue that has been controversial for many years, and sometimes it does lead to tensions and passions. But I think that we need to have a science-based approach. We need to have a sustainable approach, and we also need to have an approach that supports these communities for whom this is a traditional and important practice. At the NDP, we've always believed that it's possible to have a responsible, respectful, and sustainable seal hunt. And that's why we're proud to rise and to support this bill, which would set up a National Seal Products Day. I think that this is possible because, Madam Speaker, all human societies have used the natural resources that were available to them, close to them, in order to develop and grow. This happened with fishing. This happened with hunting, gathering, agriculture, and the hunting of animals in our environment. Now, back in the day, humans didn't have such a huge impact on the environment around us. And today, we can see that sometimes humans have the capacity to put certain animal or plant species in danger. And unfortunately, there are endangered species that disappear from our planet every year, and that is due to human activity. But we also know that it's possible to hunt and fish in a responsible manner, looking at credible scientific evidence to ensure that the herds are renewed, that the animal stocks are renewed, and that we will be able to keep these animal populations healthy and sustainable over time. This is the case with the fishing that we do and the hunting that we do in this country. We hunt deer and caribou. Why? Because we are able to fix quotas. We're able to evaluate scientifically what number of animals can be hunted in a given year while still maintaining the sustainability of the population. So this is how all of our fishing and hunting activities, more or less, are conducted. And I'm perfectly convinced that it's possible to do this with seal products as well. Now, Madam Speaker, it's important to remember that the seal is not a threatened species. Let's look at the facts here. Over the last 30 years, the harp seal population has tripled. There are currently 8 to 9 million harp seals, which is the most hunted species. Projections for 2030 forecast a population of 10 to 16 million individuals. So we need to get past these false perceptions and the images that have shaped people's perceptions in recent years and that have hurt and offended certain people. But the fact is that this is a species that is booming. In fact, so much so that sometimes it harms other animal populations. The gray seal increased from 10,000 to 500,000 in only 5 years. So with these species, we can continue hunting them in a completely responsible manner. And we can use the products from these animals because we know that it's possible to use not only the pelts to make coats and gloves and toques and even ties. I know some people proudly wear seal ties in this very house. But we can also use seal products as food, as fuel, and even as health products. As I was preparing my speech, I learned that there's an emerging market for seal oil, which is very rich in omega-3 fatty acids. So there are a whole series of very interesting, beneficial things that we can make so that we can use all of the products of this animal. Madam Speaker, I'd like to say something important. To everyone who might be concerned by these practices and might consider them cruel, we've certainly had visits from certain European figures and celebrities who might be trying to capitalize politically on the issue when they come to the north of Canada. I'd like to quote Mr. Denis Longuepée. His name in French means long spear, which is appropriate for a hunter. And he is the head of a hunting association for the Magdalen Islands. And I'd like to quote him. He says that we can never get rid of these images because for 25 years we haven't been hunting seal pups, but these images are still used. So we need to convince people to start using these products, to try our products. And I think that for all people who are concerned by animal cruelty, we need to say that seal pups are no longer being hunted. This is an obsolete practice. It no longer happens. So what we are doing is sustainable, it's science-based, and it's respectful. And we need to get past this old image, which is really no longer current at all, Madam Speaker. And it's important to remember this, because these scandalous images have really made an impact across the Atlantic. Unfortunately, we've seen that the European Union has made decisions that we do not agree with. they've decided to ban Canadian steel products. And they made this decision in August 2010. Now, European decisions are very interesting. I follow them, but in this case, I think this was not the right decision. As a parliamentarian and as a representative of workers and communities who earn a living from the seal hunt, I think that we need to take a firm stand on this. And making a National Seal Products Day would represent a strong message to our fellow citizens, but also to the European Union. I think that we should continue our dialogue with the EU to reopen this market. Thank you very much for your attention, Madam Speaker.
Comments. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to rise today and support the bill that has been put forward in the House of Commons by my colleague, the member for Coast of Bays, Central, Notre Dame, which is in essence central coastal Newfoundland, Madam Chair. This is an important bill for all of us who have lived a traditional life, both commercially and non-commercially, around the sealing industry. The people in my riding of Labrador, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous people, have engaged in the seal industry for centuries. Throughout my family, right on back to my great-great-grandfather's day, the seal was a very important part of survival, both from a cultural perspective and from an earning value perspective for the family. It's a way of life for us still today, as we eat seal and we wear seal. Madam Speaker, we feel that the federal government do have an obligation to protect and support Canadian heritage activities, whether that be farming or fishing, and in this case with seal harvesting. And we're asking that members of the House of Commons would support that position. Bill C-208 is just one way for the federal government to stand by its commitment to Indigenous people and non-Indigenous people and to those whose economies are affiliated with the seal industry. While foreign governments and well-funded activist groups from away and at home in Canada have dealt a significant blow to this industry over the years and created a terrible image of the Canadian seal harvest, we have an obligation to ensure that we make things right and that we point out the unfair publicity that have surrounded the industry. It has been over 30 years since regulations have started to change within the seal industry. The images today of white coats and baby steels are still used by those who are trying to make the cash grab on the backs of those in the industry. But it's over 30 years since that has ever occurred in the sealing industry of Canada. It is one of the most humane industries that you could ever partake in. And the people that perpetuate a different image are indeed, as my colleague says, fraud in their intentions and fraud in their information. Today, what's happening in the industry and their negative propaganda has done harm. It has done harm to the Inuit people who have depended upon this food for security, food security in their communities, and it has done harm to rural and coastal communities of Canada. Madam Chair, for Labradorians and for Inuit all over Canada, the seal harvest is so much a part of our lives. It is the cultural core of who we are as people, and it is the mainstay of our diet. It's really hard to explain to Canadians who have not been a part of the North Shore of Quebec and the Magdalen Islands cultural industry, or that of Nunavut, or that of Nunavik, or that of Labrador, or that of coastal Newfoundland, Madam Chair. It's really hard to explain what it means from a cultural and industry perspective, but I'm going to attempt to do that. And I'm going to attempt to do it through my own story as one person. I grew up in a small, remote, rural community, predominantly Indigenous Inuit people. When I grew up in the community, our clothes back then was all of seal, and it was all hand-sewn and handmade by my mother, my grandmothers, my aunts, and it was done from the seals that my dad and my grandfather would catch. And not only was it the main source of food and protein for our family, but it was a main source of clothing as well. And still today, we continue in that vein, despite the negative publicity towards us. We are not a society of people that judges others based on their culture. We do not judge them based on what they eat or what their cultural practices are, and nor should they judge us as northern and coastal people. What we do know, Madam Chair, is that the seal industry, more so than being a cultural and significant industry to the people of the north and coastal regions in Canada, it is also a species upon which is impacting the entire fisheries ecosystem in Atlantic Canada. And for those to ignore the impact of the seal upon other species is really just blinding themselves in a cloud where they do not want to be peeping out at the real story. The real story is that in coastal areas like in Newfoundland and Labrador, we have seen the seal population growing at a rapid rate. Because we are no longer harvesting at the levels that we once did, because the commercial industry has been eroded, because the international markets have been buying in to the fraud, negative propaganda of money-grabbing social-like groups. Because of those things, Madam Chair, our whole ecosystem is out of balance. And you will hear it from those that work in the fishing industry. They're seeing the huge depopulation of capelin and of cod. I live in a community where a river runs through my community, where I fish salmon on a rod from the rock just down the lane from my house. And when I can look out and see seals in that river, it's something that my grandfather never saw, because the animals are starving. They're looking for a food supply and they're starving. And they're going wherever they can go to find that food. They become overpopulated. They have become a huge predator to every other fish species in the ocean. Seals today are eating more fish in the Atlantic waters around the coastal communities and the ridings like I represent than any fishery could take in 10 years based on the quota levels that we currently have. So, Madam Speaker, the seal industry is important in many ways. It's important to the people who live there and have culturally used this animal for survival and continues to do so today as a main source of food and clothing. It is important to the ecosystem of the fisheries habitat upon which we continue to harvest to ensure that that balance is there and that communities are able to have sustainable fisheries, boat in seal, boat in cod, boat in salmon, boat in shrimp, boat in crab, boat in capelin, because right now the seal is overpopulated and has become a predator to every other species. It's not uncommon that any of us in those communities would get emails and photos from fishermen who is just cleaning a seal to open it up to find a whole stomach is filled with baby crab in areas where the crab population is declining at huge rates year over year. However, Madam Speaker, we do want to, through this bill, we do want to point out the importance of seal products in Canada and in all of our communities, and what that means to supplementing the income as well of people who live there. When you look at traditional crafts from northern and Arctic regions, especially in Nunavut, and I think my colleague from Nunavut spoke on this bill just a couple of weeks ago in the House of Commons, you will see the tremendous dependency upon seal products to be able to run small businesses, to earn a living, and to build on their own investment in those communities. It has been a way of life for them as any other species. Harvesting, farming, fishing has been a way of life for anyone else in this country. We feel that this bill is consistent with our commitment to renewing our relationship with Indigenous people who depend upon this industry, as I have just outlined. And I would like to remind everyone in this House and anyone who will listen, that Canada's seal harvest is one of the most humane industries. It is well regulated and it is sustainable, and it is, Madam Chair, overly abundantly healthy in Canada. There is absolutely no doubt about that. So I just want to ensure to all my colleagues here the importance of supporting this bill, the importance of marking this seal as a product and seal as an industry for Canadians that have depended upon it traditionally for many years. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's an honour to rise today to speak to the private member's bill put forward by the member for Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame. I must also say it's an honour to work with this member on the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans and Coast Guard, of which we are both members. I want to recognize the important message that the previous member from Long Range Mountains just spoke to, the importance of Labrador, that she just spoke to, the importance of this seal harvest, these seal products to those communities and to the traditions, the heritage that's there. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to Bill C-208, which seeks to introduce May 20th as designated National Seal Products Day. Canada is known as a melting pot for cultures from around the world. It's something we can be proud of. While we Canadians can be proud of how that melting pot is always changing, we should also be proud of how we developed as a country. A country continuing to grow and prosper from the ability to sustainably harvest and market our natural resources. Resources such as our wood products, although that market is somewhat hindered right now. Our minerals, our fisheries, and of course the resource that was originally responsible for Canada's early development, our fur products. Of those fur products were beaver, muskrat, marten, and of course seal. All of these species have been harvested sustainably, and we continue to have a healthy, viable populations of all these species. In fact, some of the seal populations are now at historic levels, as we just heard. But more than that, seal products are much more than fur or just pelts. They are a high-protein product for our tables. They provide top omega-3 oils for healthcare, products that many of our remote and maritime communities rely on for their livelihood. Without these, many of these coastal communities would dwindle or perhaps die. What is really significant in that is that with the loss of these communities would be a loss of a big part of our Canadian heritage. A heritage that we need not be ashamed of. A heritage that has continued for hundreds of years, sustainably, continually, allowing for the early residents of this country to live here, allowing our early European settlers to immigrate and to build a better life for their families than they might have had in their homelands. A heritage that is truly part of Canada. In considering this bill, I reflected on another bill, a successful bill, that recognized how important our outdoor-oriented heritage is here in Canada. That bill was C-501, passed over 12 years ago in 2004, introduced by member Rick Norlock, the member from Northumberland, Quintet West. The bill established the third Saturday in September as National Hunting, Trapping and Fishing Heritage Day, a day to recognize, as this bill would, the importance of the activities in the development and survival of this great nation of ours. While many of the members of this House may never have had the opportunity, and I might say the enlightenment, of taking part in some of these amazing activities, I believe all members can see how these activities and products derived from them also have played such an important role and should be recognized nationally. Without that recognition, we risk losing not only the significance of hunting and trapping and fishing and sealing, we also risk losing the communities on our coasts and in our hinterlands that are so dependent on the products that can be obtained in a sustainable way. I'd like to take a few minutes and share some of my thoughts, my experiences in participating in some of these heritage activities. Although I have not participated in a seal harvest, I have had the incredible experience of being out in the wild, pitting myself against the elements, pitting myself against the instincts and senses of the fish and game species we have so abundant in Canada. While anti-use groups would try to diminish what we do and how we survived as Canadians because they want to end our legal activities, but because of my participation in these activities, I will put myself up against them any day. These activities have enabled me to experience what really goes on out there. It's allowed me to put food on my table and to do so sustainably. I have learned that the best way to value and build appreciation and continued recognition of our fish and wildlife resources is to be immersed in it, partaking in the activities of fishing, hunting, trapping, and sealing, something that many opponents will never get the chance to experience and will never understand the value of being there and touching it firsthand, experiencing what it is. In closing, Madam Speaker, I may be a little bit shorter today than my 10-minute allotment, but I'd like to say that I admire the member from Coast Bay's Central Notre Dame for his initiative in asking for recognition of the value and the importance of seal products, and again to our Indigenous communities, our coastal communities, and the individuals that retain their sustenance and livelihood from seals products. We need to continue these roles, the importance of this, and I truly admire him for putting this forward, not on just behalf of the residents of his area on the East Coast, but of the importance of similar activities such as hunting, trapping, and fishing right across the country. One final word, Madam Speaker, if I might. I would be remiss if I did not make special mention today, and through you, I would like to take the opportunity to wish my loving wife, Linda, happy 38th anniversary today with your adopted daughter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, I'll also extend my congratulations and happy anniversary. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is indeed an honour for me to follow my colleague from British Columbia in support of Bill S-208 put forward by the member from Coast Bay's Central Notre Dame. The illustrious chair of our Fisheries Committee. I too serve on that committee. In fact, I've been on the Fisheries Committee ever since I became a member of Parliament some nearly 7 years ago, and it's been a great committee to be on. I must say the chair, not that long ago, talked about how many reports our committee has put out, 10 reports so far since this Parliament began, so we have a very productive, interesting, and I think very significant committee. I very strongly support this particular bill. I represent a large rural area in Manitoba, and Manitoba is a coastal province. We have seals off Churchill in the Hudson's Bay. We don't have a seal hunt, but we are a coastal province. For a prairie boy who grew up hunting and fishing and am the ultimate romantic when it comes to the outdoors, many years ago I got my hands on a book by George Allen England called The Greatest Hunt in the World. And it's a 1920s
He was on Captain Keene's boat in the 1920s and actually went on a seal hunt himself. And as I read this direct account of the seal hunt, I could not imagine the toughness, the bravery, and the sheer guts that it took for those men to go out on the ice every spring and harvest seals. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, Canada's seal hunt, which is sustainable, previous speakers have talked about the sustainability of the seal hunt. Canada's seal hunt has been a target of very unfair and fraudulent campaigns by the animal rights movement, led by groups like Animal Justice Canada, International Fund for Animal Welfare, and so on. It is clear that these anti-sealing groups, their sole purpose is to raise funds for themselves, and the collateral damage to coastal communities has simply been staggering. There was a recent a witness at, I think, the Aboriginal Affairs Committee not that long ago talking about the increase in suicide rates in some Inuit communities because partly attributed to the collapse of the seal hunt. So these are not people who want to save cuddly animals. These are people who are a danger to our rural and remote communities. And the seal hunt, Madam Speaker, is actually the canary in the coal mine, because as somebody who's been fighting the animal rights movement and people who want to shut communities like I represent down, the seal hunt, canary in the coal mine, tip of the iceberg, pick your metaphor, whether it's anti-logging, anti-trapping, anti-hunting, anti-mining, and quite frankly, anti-oil and gas, it's the rural communities who bear the brunt of these campaigns. And one of the reasons I became a member of Parliament is to protect and defend rural communities. And I've had experiences fighting the good fight on all of these issues. Interestingly enough, again, I go back to the animal rights movement, the animal rights groups. These are not people who care about cuddly animals. They want an end to all animal use. Farming, ranching, trapping, sealing, of course, and they view sealing as the easiest target. But if you look at all of their websites, they also want to see an end to animal-based medical research. And I don't know if members in this House realize that, but we all met with the Heart and Stroke Foundation at some time ago, and I asked them point blank how much of the research on cardiac research is done on animals, and it's 60%. So again, these anti-animal use campaigns, they can be extremely harmful. The other thing is I'm going to talk also about the unfairness of countries who ban seal products. The European ban was completely uncalled for because it's easy for somebody in another country to point fingers at another jurisdiction and pay no political price for it, but to be made to look like somebody that cares about the environment. The U.S. Marine Mammal Protection Act prevents seal products from entering the U.S. no matter how abundant the seals are. What the animal rights movement did was cause a decrease in the seal harvest, and as colleagues have talked about a minute ago, the number of seals have increased dramatically. Harp seals from 1.8 million in 1970 to about 7.4 million now. Gray seals, 13,000 in 1970 to 505,000 now. And there are varying estimates, but the seals consume between 10 and 15 times what the East Coast fleet harvests. And it is quite clearly established that the high gray seal populations are preventing a recovery of the Gulf cod. Our Fisheries Committee, not that long ago, submitted 2 reports to Parliament, one on the Atlantic salmon, one on the northern cod, and in both studies, the seals were implicated in the decline of the Atlantic salmon in particular, and the prevention of the recovery of the cod in particular as well. And both committees recommended an expanded seal harvest, done humanely, but expanded to reduce the numbers of these seal species to improve the populations of Atlantic salmon and cod. Nobody wants to wipe out the seals. However, I think it is our duty as human stewards of this earth to restore a balance that is completely out of whack right now. I did have the honor, many years ago, of doing work in the Eastern Arctic around Southampton Island on Arctic char, and I had the honor of living with an Inuit family. And I did participate in a seal hunt and a walrus hunt. So while I have not had I've had a lot of experience in the outdoors, but I have had some Arctic experience. I do know what it's like to plunge one's hand into a freshly killed walrus and experience the joy and the exuberance of the hunt when one is successful. And it was an experience I will cherish. And I have eaten raw seal, raw walrus, and I found the tastes interesting, to say the least. Interesting can be good. Again, what I'm very pleased about as well is I'm seeing an increase in demand for seal products, the seal oil, the high levels of omega-3, and we have companies that are exploiting this. And I applaud my colleague and all the other colleagues from all parties who support our traditions of sealing and hunting, trapping, and fishing. And many of us belong to an organization called the Outdoors Caucus, and I see a number of members wearing an Outdoor Caucus pin. I want to finish up, Madam Speaker, with the tale of Bill C-246. As you know, a Liberal member of Parliament introduced a private member's bill that many of us viewed as a closet animal rights bill. And I was very pleased to see that many Liberal members of Parliament and almost all Conservative members of Parliament worked very hard to defeat that particular bill. We motivated people from all across the country, build a coalition of sealers and trappers and hunters and anglers and medical researchers who realized the implications of that particular bill. And while I must thank the member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie for his speech, I listened with great interest to it, I would note that almost all of the NDP caucus voted for Bill C-246, except for one, the member for Kootenay, Columbia. And I don't say this to be mean in any sense of the word, but it is very important that we as members of Parliament stand on principle to protect our communities and the people who hunt, trap, fish, and harvest seals. And I must also say that sealing is largely a rural industry, but we have a lot of people that live in cities who love to hunt, fish, and trap. And again, I want to compliment my colleague from Rosemont-La Petite Patrie, a Montreal area member of Parliament, who has chosen to throw his support behind this bill for the National Seal Products Day. So, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I am very proud to support this bill. I'm proud to serve with my colleague on the Fisheries Committee, and I look forward to this bill being passed and being a very great help to the sealing industry now and into the future. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Right of reply, the honourable member for Coast of Bay Central, Notre Dame.
I'm over here. And I thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to reply. I also would like to say before I go on and before I forget my colleague from North Okanagan Shuswap, I want to wish him and his wife a very happy anniversary, as he ended his speech by wishing his wife happy anniversary. As my colleague from Spadina, Fort York said, it was certainly sealed with a kiss. So nevertheless, I want to thank my honourable colleagues who spoke here today and everyone who has supported us on second reading and now as we go into vote on third reading. Several of the issues that were brought up are quite germane to Seal Products Day simply because it all ties into an ecosystem, not just an ecosystem in its natural sense, but an ecosystem of the economy as well. In many cases, many northern communities depend on this particular harvest to not only just to further their culture, but also to further the economy. So that's a very important part of it. I was going to talk briefly about the fraudulent activities of some animal rights groups, but I think my colleague from Dauphin Swan River, Nipawa, actually encapsulated it quite well. when he talked about how animal rights groups get it wrong. So I'll just leave it at that. Some of the themes brought forward from my colleague from Montreal, Rosemont Le Petit-Patry, some of the issues he brought up are actually quite well done and were not brought up prior to him, to his speaking. And I just want to touch on some of those. A sustainability element is always built into the seal harvest that we partake in, always. The problem now is that the population has grown so much, 10 million animals in some cases, in the harp seal, doubled the size in just a few years for the gray seal, my friends from the Maritimes can attest to, as we've seen in the study from the Fisheries Committee. Many jurisdictions around the world are partaking in the cull or the elimination of these or the downsizing of these populations to provide balance into the ecosystem, as my friend from Manitoba pointed out. We also addressed it, he also points out in our Fisheries Committee studies, both on the Atlantic salmon and northern cod, and how this too shall come to pass when we talk about the declining seal population that we may have to embark upon in order to bring some balance back into that ecosystem. But this is about seal products, and products that around the world are gaining notoriety. There is many shops now on the east coast of this country, not just Newfoundland and Labrador, but also in eastern Quebec, Ile de Madeleine, for example, where products now, the sale of these products are going ahead, including the product that I'm wearing right now, which actually belongs to my honorable colleague sitting here from Nunavut. And I want to thank him for allowing me to wear his clothes. Nevertheless, I want to point out too, and he mentioned it also, my friend from Nunavut here, he also talked about the cultural significance, which I think in many cases around the world, when they impose these import bans of products, such as my colleague from Manitoba pointed out, and that is that they seem to gloss over the cultural significance of this, because the cultural significance is also tied into the economic well-being of that particular area, which they seem to forget. In other words, countries that say we will ban these products say, but we'll have exemptions for cultural references or cultural ceremony. Well, part of cultural references and ceremonies is the ability to partake in commerce with fur products, particularly the fur and other products. There is a sealing operation in my riding in the community of Fleur-de-Lis and Focalux, and they are now finding that there's a greater market in seal oil than fur. They promote both, of course, and they sell both because they seek out full utilization of the animal. But the seal oil in parts of Europe, very popular before the ban came in place, and now achieving markets in Southeast Asia. So this is another element of that is, of course, a big part of this. Finally, I want to say a huge, huge thank you to the originator of this idea. This, of course, bill originated in the Senate, and it originated with Madame Céline Hervu-Payette. And I would like to end by saying thank you, Céline, for doing this. She is now retired, but she can retire and rest easy knowing that I truly believe that she has done a noble service by providing this, a Canadian-made Seal Products Day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I do want to again mention the member for North Okanagan, Shuswap's anniversary, and I'd be remiss not to mention that it was my husband's and I's 35th anniversary on Monday. So although we couldn't be together, we know that our hearts are there and we'll make it up when we get home. The question is as follows. Mr. Sims, seconded by Ms. Jones, move that Bills S-208, an act respecting National Seal Products Day, be now read a third time and do passed.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those who support the motion will please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed,
please say nay. In my opinions, the yeas have it, of course. I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
It being
this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.